And what is happening in San Diego? Welcome in. It is finally a Friday. Gwynn and Chris on 97.3 The Fan. A big, long show for you today. Got a little more than 4 hours to cover ahead of tonight's Padres pregame show. And then Padres baseball tonight, a 7:15 start. It's like the old days, guys. Used to start games later. Up in San Francisco, good pitching matchup. Dylan Cease, Logan Webb. And the first of 15 must-win games for the Padres, right, as they head down the stretch and try to make sure they get into the playoffs. We have a lot coming up for you on the show today. Our Friar Friday interview, Tyler Wade, joining us from San Francisco. Also today on the program, in the 4 o'clock hour, the athletic director, the very happy athletic director at San Diego State, JD Wicker, talking about the Aztecs' big move to the Pac-12, and he'll be with us a little bit later on, but we welcome in Tony Gwynn Jr., who is in San Francisco as well, and I'm only hoping, Tony, that you couldn't figure out how to watch that game last night on Prime Video so that you didn't have to sit and watch what I had to watch.
Fortunately for myself, I didn't watch the game. I was grabbing some dinner with Dave Marcus and Jesse Agler. Yeah. No TVs where we were, so...
I didn't know you could go to dinner anymore without a TV somewhere. That's weird in this day.
Yeah,
and
no,
age.
we went to our end of the year dinner. We took Dave out.
Good.
Actually, to a place that's at the new arena. I didn't notice we were at the new arena until we were leaving the place. I said, oh, this place is like underneath the arena, basically. But so I didn't have to watch the game. I definitely, picked up the phone after and saw that Tua was concussed and then the kind of storm that then caused. A lot of interesting thoughts out there on it. But I definitely thought about you and the fact that, we had talked about, and so you can imagine, without actually having watched the game, the thing that was ringing in my head was Josh Allen being player of the week for however many straight weeks. That's all I was thinking about. I was like, no way he did it again. But then I got home, kind of saw some of the highlights, realized he didn't really have that big of a game.
He didn't need to.
Yeah, they were running the ball quite often, and another. I hate to do this because I'm so against it, but everybody's putting it out there like we react to a team losing in week 2 of the season and how these are testers. I don't think it is. I think this is just a bad loss for the Dolphins. I don't think it says anything about who they are moving forward. I do, however, think that it does say something about the Buffalo Bills, which I think is true, and that is last year they finished the year running the football a whole lot more than they were throwing it, and that watching last night made me understand that is their new identity now. That is why I think they felt comfortable moving off of
Diggs. Some of those receivers,
at some of the receivers, because they're about to play a whole different type of brand of football.
Yeah.
And it bodes well late in the season in that cold weather when nobody really wants to tackle you at that point.
Yeah, Dolphins didn't get the memo. I mean, honestly,
no.
It was this is all before the Tua thing. I mean, the Tua thing's going to take precedence in the minds of me and a lot of Dolphin fans and just people in general. But I know that a lot of people tuned in today. They want to hear what I'm going to say about my team. They were outcoached miserably. They were outperformed at every level, and they deserved to lose the game by 3 touchdowns. And as a Miami fan, this is very like what else is new? They don't play well against good teams. And if you just got to go back through the last couple of years since McDaniel's been there, they blow out everybody that they should, and they lay eggs against good teams. So with that being said, though, you can't take it all away from Buffalo. No. Miami was geared up. I know they were geared up to make sure Josh Allen couldn't run the football. Well, guess what? He gained 2 yards in the game. And while they were trying to stop that, they just kept handing off to James Cook, and he's running up the middle and running into the end zone. To me, you've got to make an adjustment somewhere along the line. And the performance of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle was abysmal and embarrassing for guys of that caliber. And the Miami offensive line is one of the worst in football. I don't know if it's the worst, but they finally eventually got Tua, concussed and beat up and throwing pick sixes and off his back foot because guys are in his grill. And the future for Tua Tagovailoa is certainly up in the air. We're going to talk more about it later because I don't think everybody tunes in to hear Dolphin talk, and I don't blame you. We're in San Diego, but it was a long night, obviously, to sit and watch your favorite, my favorite team play. They got waxed in every way, shape, or form. So
I thought, as you can imagine, there's a bunch of different ideas and opinions floating around there about Tua, but I thought Bart Scott kind of hit the nail on the head. I don't know if we have a chance to play that later on in the show, but he's speaking from a standpoint of being in those shoes before, and I thought he spoke very candidly and honest about it. So we'll get to that later. But we do have, I assume, we do have bigger things to check off our list here.
Yes, we do. I mean, this is what we play for, right? I mean, this is why you go through, spring training. And you're I'm serious.
I don't know what Tony's doing right now.
What is he?
Sprinting.
Oh, he's sprinting.
Oh, he's doing the sprint.
We're in the sprint part of the marathon.
Yeah, we're into the sprint, man. This is why we all drive down to Peoria and roll out the and go through all of that.
This is why we torture ourselves throughout the season.
And we play April and May, and we live.
More importantly, I think this is the time where you finally won't hear me say,
"Yeah, right,
man. It's a marathon, man."
Thank goodness for that, Scraby
says. The most wonderful time.
We finally got Tony to agree that this is a big game tonight.
For Christmas
hold up. See,
September.
he's putting words in my mouth. I said nothing about big games. I just said we are in sprint mode.
Oh, I heard you say must win big game, and if they lose, they're out.
All 15 are must wins at this point. But this is what's good. I love baseball, and I love it most now. Most people do, and I think you'll hear it from Tyler Wade when he comes on our Friday interview in a little while. This is what the guys live for. I mean, they understand that it's a long season, and there's certain things you kind of got to do to break it up. And, you have an all-star break in there, and you have road trips, and you have homestands, and you have bobblehead giveaways, and you have, all of this stuff. And then finally you get down to it, and it's great to be a part of it. It really is. This is
get down to brass tacks,
yeah, this is it. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Padres are going to end up in the playoffs, but it's not guaranteed, and that makes 15 games a whole lot of fun to watch starting tonight, Tony. And I think this team is well equipped to handle what is coming in the next 17 days. I
just feel like this is like it was, as I said yesterday, it was never going to be easy. We are now last 15, and this is a great way to be sharpening your sword. I mean, Logan Webb is that type of pitcher you're going to see, like a guy who don't give up anything, and you got to figure out the puzzle tonight in the same way that the Giants. And the Giants don't have far less at stake here. This is about pride and numbers for them at this point more than it is about anything else, at least for the individuals. But for the Padres, this is like, all right, test one. Practice test number one here. 15 to go. You got a guy like Logan Webb on the mound that is one of them dudes. So Padres trying to get back on. They've played basically 500 baseball since that streak that they were on, and now is the time. And listen, in the games that they've lost, there's been like one or two mistakes in there where they had gone a long time really without making mistakes at all and just playing pretty close to perfect baseball. You got to kind of start moving back towards that here towards the end. You want to cut down on any mistakes that open doors for the other team, and when you from a pitching standpoint, when you walk a guy or an error is made behind you, you got to come back, get that next guy. And I think the Padres, they know what's up. I have more confidence in this group of 26/28 than I've had in any group since I've been here, and that includes the 2022 group that got to the NLCS. Remember that team, backed into that playoff, and then as soon as the playoffs came, the switch went up, and then they took down, who they took down, Mets, Dodgers. But I feel more confident in this group than I did in that group.
I think it's the best team they've had in maybe 20 years. I'm gonna go back to the the mid 2000s when they had 4 consecutive winning seasons. I think this is the best of this group. The Manny Machado era group, and I think it's going to play out that way. So yes, I'm with you, Tony. I'm very confident. But baseball is what it is, and as you said, if you don't do the things you're supposed to do, baseball will
tax you.
It'll take you out. So you've got to. You're right. You got to get a good. Cease's got to get back down here. He can't afford to give up too many because Logan Webb probably is not going to give up too many. Logan Webb pitching at home. He's got a 2-point-something ERA at home. He's really good there. He's always been good there.
With Padres, they lost to him here in San Diego last homestand.
And he shut them down in San Francisco earlier this year.
They had 10 hits in that game, and he still found a way to keep them off the board. So it's not going to be an easy task at all. No,
he's a good pitcher, but I think the Padres have this team is something I feel real confident about. The lead, though, is not. You don't have a lot of room for breathing, right? I mean, it's you're a half behind the Diamondbacks. They're playing tonight against the Brew Crew. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's in Arizona. The Padres are a game and a half ahead of the fast-closing Mets. The Mets begin a series in Philadelphia tonight, so maybe you get a little help. The Braves, for their part, they're home, but they've got the Dodgers. So all 3 of the teams that the Padres are fighting with have difficult opponents this weekend. Doesn't mean you sit back and lose a couple games and hope you get help. What it means is you go out and win and hope when you look up at the end of the weekend, you've gained some ground. That's what you've got to think about.
Apply pressure. Don't take any on. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the idea of going out winning and forcing them to have to, go out and do the thing. I liked it better when, at least when we were in the Midwest or East Coast, because our result would get done and then we'd get to sit there and watch to see what happens. That's not the case. These are all West Coast games happening, so we're gonna be basically playing at the same time.
Yeah, well,
we'll be a little bit later, actually.
Yeah, right. No, when the Padres take the field today, they'll know the Mets result. They'll most likely know the Braves result, and the Diamondbacks game will have just started.
LA is in Atlanta.
They are in Atlanta.
Oh,
so
okay.
Those 2 games will probably be over by the time the Padres play. But I don't know. If the scoreboard will have the scores up there. So,
Really?
Well, my point is you're not going to be able to avoid it. So go ahead and see what happens and then get to business and beat the Giants. Look, the Giants took 2 out of 3 here last weekend. And the only thing that bothered me about that series, Tony, was that it was a bunch of guys that I've never honestly heard of that did the damage, right? It was the kid center fielder with 2 home runs on Saturday night. It was Gerard Encarnacion, I believe, who hit the 3-run bomb on Sunday. Kurt Casale. Can't let these guys beat you. I mean, if you're the Padres. I mean, you got to bear down, get everybody. Yastrzemski, some of these guys, Conforto and Matt Chapman and, some guys. But I don't want these no-names jumping up and causing us havoc this weekend the way they did last weekend. So we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of divisional matchups. Like the Colorado Rockies certainly shouldn't have a winning record against the Padres. They do, though. So, I mean, that's kind of how these things go. But you're right. They put all that aside. You just got to go out and win some ball games.
Do your thing, and you're going to be fine. Exactly. All right. Game time, as mentioned, is 7:15 tonight. Sammy's pregame show, 6:15. So that gives us quite a bit of time to grab sit back, relax, enjoy the program today. As I said, we got a lot to get to. Tyler Wade, we got JD Wicker later. We got all our regular segments, a countdown on a Friday. So sit back, relax, enjoy. It's Gwynn and Chris. And I got to be honest with you guys. That's about as happy as I can sound after what happened in that football game last night.
I'm
We'll
still
see.
waiting for the venting session at some point. Like,
I don't know.
It's gonna have to come in this first
You know,
hour.
you know
I'm
who's
assuming.
you know who's gonna get me going on it.
You know,
The guy over here who is I walked in today and the first thing he goes is, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not wearing your Tua jersey to honor him in his retirement." You know, it's always good with friends like that. Who needs enemies?
You know,
I mean, you know, he doesn't put an arm around you to make you feel better.
was
He digs the
planning.
knife in and
He's
twists.
he's a tough love type of guy.
Well, it
Yeah,
is Friday
whatever.
the 13th, so I needed to do something. But I really was planning coming in here today and just giving you a really hard time about how bad your team looked. But I saw it a little bit earlier, and I don't want to wade into those waters because they're very serious waters that
Well,
Chris is in.
it's not fun to watch your team play like that, and I will tell you that if McCaffrey goes down with a knee injury and he's out for the season, and the Niners lose in Minnesota 30-0, you're not going to be in much of a mood to talk about it either. At least if
Why
you're
are
a
you
fan.
hoping for Christian McCaffrey
Didn't
injuries?
say I'm hoping for
I never
anything.
hope for a Tua injury.
I never heard hope.
I didn't say I was
never heard
hoping
that.
for anything. I said if that would happen,
That would be
you
terrible for
you
everyone.
You would understand where I'm coming from. If you're a fan of your team, a loss like that shouldn't feel good. That's how I look at it, and so it doesn't
See,
feel
Factoids.
good.
everybody, this is why I'm not wading into those waters.
Factoids.
All right,
Factoids.
yeah, we'll come back. We'll see where this all goes. Scrappy and I'll probably be grappling before it's all over on Gwynn and Chris.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? Tony. and you shall receive.
Christian McCaffrey's out for the year.
Nobody's out for Sunday with a possible IR.
Ooh, now the shoe is starting to switch over to the other foot all of a sudden here.
It's a good thing.
We go to break, and obviously Chris just finished saying what he said, and this is the first story on ESPN. Boom. Out for Sunday, second straight game. He continues to deal with lingering calf and Achilles injury. Said Coach Kyle Shanahan said Friday that McCaffrey had his worst day health-wise Thursday in terms of pain. Injury reserve is now under consideration, according to Shanahan, which would mean McCaffrey missing at least the next 4 games.
Well, I will say this for Kyle Shanahan. He has improved by 72 hours his performance last Monday when he waited until 10 minutes before kickoff to tell everybody. So give him that. But I also wanted to, before you comment, Mr. Scraby, I just want you to say, needle me and the Dolphins at your own peril the rest of the day.
I've been reading a lot about this.
Because you could be on the receiving end of this on Monday.
I've been doing a lot of texting to some of the reporter friends that I've made in the Bay Area over the years.
Okay.
Asking is this a real worry for the rest of the year? And they said, yes, it's a real worry. But they also said they're just being really, really, really careful with him. Give him the 4 or 5 games to figure it out, and not try to force anything right now, not try to do anything long-term to his calf or Achilles. So I'm not too worried yet.
I think it's the arrogance of the 49ers.
Okay.
Yeah.
The arrogance of the 49ers.
Yeah.
Why do you always use that word?
Well, first of all, their fans are arrogant.
No,
and
we're
thus
not.
They are arrogant.
Yeah, I mean,
We're
guys
just
definitely
extremely confident in our team.
The most arrogant fans I've ever seen in my life. And the 49ers just feel like they can roll the ball out there and beat the Vikings this week with or without him. I mean, look, it's one thing to be very, very careful. But I believe if they were 1-3, they might have a little bit more, interest in getting him taped up and out on the field.
I agree.
But they don't feel like they're going to be 1-3. They feel like they're going to win all these games anyway.
They feel like they're going to pop their collars all the way to another victory. So
when Jordan Mason runs for 147 yards.
Okay.
Listen, it's hard to dispute it.
And you know what? You say we're not arrogant, and then you make those comments.
He couldn't resist.
But those
Chris.
are factual things.
He
that
was
I can
trying
say.
to be humble, and the real Niner-ism just came out of him.
He has no chance.
He has no chance. I will say I do feel bad for fantasy football players everywhere who chose Christian McCaffrey, because this was off the radar. Like an extended stay on the IR, #1 overall pick.
Hang with them.
Who has Christian McCaffrey in our league?
Braden had the #1 pick.
Oh, okay, then I don't feel so bad. So.
Are you just you're
with
anti-Braden
them.
today?
No, I'm just anti-Braden because he has CMC in our league, and if he goes on IR, it's going to be tough for Braden. Now, fantasy football is way more of an implication than real-life football.
He has a way more brilliant football mind than you, buddy, so I would chill out.
You didn't hear me calling plays yesterday off of his play sheet before the show.
Oh, you were calling plays off his play sheet?
X smoke Y D3.
Hey Chris, this is a delay of game waiting to happen right here. This guy calling plays in.
I don't get even what he's talking about.
All right, whatever.
But so nonetheless, Christian McCaffrey, ironically after that last segment,
seriously,
is going to miss Sunday's game, possibly more time. We tapped into it a little bit with Tua's head injury in last night's game, but there's obviously a lot of opinions flying around. I think Antonio Pierce, head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, was asked what would he tell him, and he said, I would tell him to retire. He just thought it wasn't that important in terms of his long-term health. Now, mind you, Antonio Pierce was asked what he would tell him when he suggested that, but I thought Bart Scott had probably the best version of what's at least going through the mind of Tua.
Everybody think I retired because my toe, right? I had reconstructive surgery on my toe and I left. But really it was because I started seeing spots and lights. I had light sensitivity. I never really shared this with anybody, but I feel inclined to do this in this intimate, setting that we have. And I I didn't know what to do. And I was like, you know what? It's time to fold it up. And, it's about the people that's around Tua, right? Because it's hard for him not to make an emotional decision. That's why you put people around you, your team, that you trust with your life and to make lifelong decisions. And you give them the information and then you come together and you make a collective decision because it can't be a decision. And sometimes, I regret that I walked away. And sometimes, because you have to live with that. Like, leaving a game that you've dedicated your entire life to is like a death. I tell people all the time, athletes have two deaths, right? And you don't know what to do. You wake up the next day and you're 30 years old, you're 20 years old, and you don't know what you want to do with the rest of your life. And everything that you've done has been defined by being a football player. And it's not who you are, it's what you do. But all the laws and everything that we've learned and all the best qualities of us were learned on the football field, how to work with others, how to be accountable. And now you're not a part of that, and it's the loneliest feeling in the world. That's why we see guys.
Yeah, there's a lot for him to unpack. And I just think what Mike McDaniel said was good today. I mean, it's just too early. Let him be. Let him try to get healthy and feel better, and then he'll unpack everything. And, it's not up for us to say. It really isn't. Everybody is different. Tony, you and I could be in the same, let's just say, I know you're never going to be in one because you hate the water. But let's say we're in a boat somewhere and we run into another boat and we're both injured and we're both lying in the hospital. I might say, I can't wait to go riding in the boat again tomorrow. And you might say, well, that's it. I'm never going out there again. I mean, you just don't know. I shouldn't
have gone out there in the first place.
Yeah. You just don't know what everybody needs to think. And, on a surface, it seems pretty simple. Don't play anymore. You could get badly hurt. But in a lot of ways, Tony, isn't every football player facing that reality almost every time they go out on the field?
I think that's why, they're wired the way they are in a lot of cases because – that has to be the mindset. I know we think of it as a sport, and we know the dangers of it, but for them, it's much more than that. And so, I find the discourse about Tua, albeit coming from a good place, I think people want to see him healthy. I just don't feel like it's the right place for us to be in because ultimately we can't know what's going through his mind and how he's kind of weighing the importance of different things in his life. And so, it's far too early. I mean, it just happened less than 24 hours ago. I mean, he had a full 24 hours to, process any of this stuff. And the thing is, he may not even be thinking about it in the same way we are, right? So, I think in the interview he did with Le Batard maybe a couple weeks ago when the whole issue about his prior coach not necessarily Coach Brian Flores not necessarily treating him right. In that same interview, they talked about his family and how they felt about him coming back to play after the concussion. He said his mom certainly was the main vocal one saying, I think you should think about this in terms of playing again. And, in that interview, he said, I totally understand where mom's come from now with kids of my own and my wife and how she kind of views this. But he didn't seem like it was a thought that even crossed his mind the last time in terms of retiring, at least in that interview. So
right. It certainly didn't cross his mind when he was diving for that first down last night.
No.
I mean, everybody says, why didn't he slide? That's not what he does. That's he's a bit of a competitor like that.
But it's just like everybody else every other quarterback. You have to go feet first or else you're going to get hurt.
Listen, quarterbacks make those decisions all the time. I wasn't watching the game and I didn't know where the first down line was.
It was fourth down and they were down on the 5-yard line.
He was trying to make a play.
He had to get the first down to keep the thing alive. I mean,
how many yards did he make it by? Yeah.
He made it by 1.5 yards. So you're right.
Okay.
If he would have slid, I know people have said, but if he would have slid, it would have been much closer, and it would have just depended on the spot and all of that.
So he just put his head down and tried to get it.
So he put his head down to make sure he got it, and he got it, but he also
got right into the side of the head.
Yeah. He's not even the first quarterback this year to put his head down and go over. I just saw Lamar Jackson do it last week a couple of different times. So
Jane Daniels did it too. It's like
so I mean, like, he obviously didn't have the same luck that the other guys did because he certainly had he certainly concussed on the field. I was glad to see him walk off on his own power. We'll see where it goes from there.
I have a question in the Big Five for you guys, and there is a business aspect to all of this. And Tua just signed a contract, and there's some different things that they can do. So we'll
right,
talk
if
about it
it has to do with the doctor's decision.
It really does.
They
The
rule him
doctors
out of
decide.
football. He's going to make a lot of money. He rules himself out of football. He's going to lose a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, it'll be fun to kick
That's a
that
lot of
around.
pressure for him to stay in football.
Part of it.
Anyway.
Listen, we've seen guys walk away from money before, and when it comes to their health. All right, let's slide away. Let's get to
Real
break
quick,
here.
Tony, do you want to hear my Miami Dolphin fanatic opinion? This is me being an over-the-top fan.
Should I leave the room?
No, I'm just giving it out there to people because I think people that are crazy fans may appreciate it. I'm not interested one way or another right now whether he comes back if he's going to keep playing like that. Isn't that a terrible thought
I
to
had
have?
no idea where you were going.
Isn't that a terrible
it's-
thought to have?
It's not for a fan. I think it's a perfectly logical.
Yeah.
I don't know about logical. It's a perfectly normal thought. I should say.
I mean,
Yeah.
that interception off the back foot.
Oh, come on, please.
Oh, man, that was really funny. I didn't know
that
where you were going.
That speaks to that bad offensive line that just.
Oh, no
can't.
kidding. Yeah,
My man was under duress quite often.
yeah, he was.
All right, let's get to break. On the other side, it's Friar Friday, so that means Mr. Tyler Wade will join us to talk a little bit about where these guys' heads at with the sprint, 15-game sprint ahead of them, and I think one of the unsung jobs this year done, one of the many unsung jobs done by this bench of the Padres, Tyler Wade included in that. We'll get to it all when we return. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
The biggest guests in San Diego.
On this Friday. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris, Crisello, Tony Gwynn Jr. in San Francisco. Scraby alongside here in the Odyssey Palace studios, where he and the rest of us just learned that Christian McCaffrey will not be playing Sunday for the 49ers against the Vikings, and a stint on the injured reserve is under consideration. There's some other quick football notes for you, because I know everybody's setting their fantasy lineups today and want to get everything right. This, I think, is weird, but the Packers have yet to rule out Jordan Love for this game against the Colts.
It's a mind game. It's just trying to force them to prepare for Jordan Love in any way
Just reading
possible.
what it says. He has a torn, a partial tear of the MCL?
Something like that.
Yeah. So he hasn't yet been ruled out. Let's see. Odunze and Keenan Allen for Bears, game time decisions. That'll be good for Caleb Williams, who could actually use all the help he could get. And this one, the Kansas City Chiefs went out and signed Hollywood Brown to a big contract to give Mahomes another weapon. He's now scheduled for surgery, and Andy Reid says Hollywood could be done for the season. So a couple of notes there for you. All right, Padres and Giants tonight. It's Friar Friday. And just a little bit ago, Tony and I caught up with the Do Everything reserve for the Padres. Has been a big, valuable part of what's gone on this year. And I know you'll enjoy hearing Tyler Wade. And indeed, something we look forward to, of course, every single week here on Gwynn and Chris, our Friar Friday interview. And today, one of the real good guys, Tyler Wade, joins us from San Francisco. Padres getting ready to take on the Giants tonight, start a 3-game series. And Tyler, first of all, how are you? Second of all, how is this team? Take us a little bit behind the scenes and give us give us the pulse of this thing with 15 games to go. Is it a little different than earlier in the year?
Yeah, man, I'm great. Had a good off day yesterday. Beautiful day here in San Fran. Not too cold, which is always nice. But yeah, dude, the team's great, man. I feel like we've had the same vibe all year, which is very special and unique. And I think that's what makes this group super special and what makes us so dangerous is we come to the ballpark every single day with a new slate, and we just try to focus on the day and win today. So, yeah, man, vibes are great. Boys are buzzing. And, yeah, we're just trying to finish strong.
Ty, I gotta kind of feel everybody. Me and Ty pretty much talk every day. You know, whether it's a high buy or whether it's a deeper conversation. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for the job you've done this year because it's not an easy job to do at the big league level. Just talk about your mindset a little bit, knowing that it may be a week and a half before you get a chance to start. It may be longer. Just talk about staying ready so you don't have to get ready.
Yeah, man. Schultze does a really good job of communicating, along with the staff, the SO, and Barbs and Leap, and just everybody. They do a really good job of communicating, especially earlier in the year when we got Louie and Dono. They kind of just explained me to the role. So then, with that being said, I was able to tailor my routine from playing every day and platooning to, all right, let me figure out how to be game ready every single day, regardless of the amount of time that's gone between starts or at bat. So I credit them, man, and I've I kind of told you, Tony, I've been doing this for a while now, and I've figured out routines that work for me, and I'm just trying to. The biggest thing I preach, man, is consistency. So if I can go in there and have my routine is harder than the game, and then get out to the game and just try to slow things down, then I just go out there and compete and just trust my work.
Tyler Wade has been really a big plus, I think, in every way for the Padres this year. Joining us on our Friar Friday interview from San Francisco. Tyler, I want to go back to this time a year ago. I wasn't with you guys in Oakland, but I imagine, we're going through a little different vibe at the end of last season with the A's. Come to the Padres. I don't want you to trash an organization that you've left behind. But how lucky do you feel to be playing at Petco Park in front of a sellout crowd every night and involved in a pennant race, as opposed to frankly, a lame duck franchise right now that could be going to a minor league ballpark soon?
Yeah, man. I mean, you said it, but I mean, I'm extremely blessed to be here playing for the Padres and playing honestly. Like I've been lucky enough to play for some pretty good organizations. You know, spending the majority of my career in New York and playing in front of those fans, and then making the playoffs 5 times, and now coming here, man. It's these fans are special. It's coming off the Petco every single night, and it's sold out crowd, and just the energy from pitch one, man. So it's been a blessing for me, and being able to go to war with these guys every single day. And the best way I can explain it, man, it's just like, it feels like summer ball with the guys, and it's like our 8th year playing with each other, and everyone's just out there playing for one another. And that's something special too, man. So I'm extremely lucky and fortunate, and I'm thankful for AJ and everybody with the Padres that wanted to bring me over here. So it's been great with that. And then, you know, with Oakland last year, man, like I said, I think everything happens for a reason. And, you know, last year it wasn't ideal. Obviously, as a competitor, you wanna put the best product out on the field and try to compete in the big leagues to make the playoffs. But, you know, like I learned from last year, I truly believe me being able just to play a lot last year got me ready for this year, and it's contributed to a lot of my success this year and things I've gone through. And man, I like I said, man, everything's a lesson, and I'm just fortunate to be here now.
Tyler Wade joins us here on this Friday. Many don't know he would have been an Aztec, as if he didn't end up signing to be a pro. Talk a little bit about last year, because you and I have talked about this behind the scenes. You really feel like that experience, despite all of the chaos that kind of surrounded that organization over the past couple years, you feel like, you kind of hit on it, you feel like that kind of helped you get ready. How so, going through last year, did that help you prepare for the roles that you've had to play this year?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, T, but like I just felt like you're kind of naked there, man. Like just don't really have help, so you kind of are just you're forced to do things on your own, right? So like, you know, just me being able to just figure things out, man. Like we talked about it earlier in the year, man. Like I went to a no stride last year just by pure coincidence of something that I felt, and no one told me to do that, just something that I felt, man. So you know, it's just, you know, I think God's got his ways to putting you in situations that benefit you, and I just felt like that situation benefited me, and it brought me into this year, and I kind of just been rolling off what I learned last year and built off.
Tyler, how many gloves do you bring to the ballpark with you?
Man, I have like 4, dude. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot. But you know, it's like I said, man. That's also been one of the biggest blessings in my career, is being able to be athletic enough to play all these positions. So yeah, I mean, man, if I need 5, I can care less, man. Whatever helps the team.
Real quick, as a follow-up to that, you're a major league infielder, and you know you play next to this guy. We watch Manny Machado as fans, maybe, you know, media people. Tony watches it from a little different angle because he played in the big leagues. We didn't. But when somebody is that good at what they do, and I'm just talking about his play at third base, I mean, how do you couch it in your own mind? I mean, standing next to this guy, you can't watch him because you've got things to do and bases to cover. But you know, what is the feeling in your mind and everybody's watching Manny do what he does? Because it amazes all of us. I wonder if you guys have a similar feeling.
Yeah, it pisses me off. He makes it look so easy because the game's not that easy. Like that's because dude, I'm telling you, there's plays where you can, if whether I'm on the bench or if I'm at short or second, wherever I'm at. Like there's times where like you're sitting there, you're just watching, you don't have a base to cover or whatever you're doing, and you're like, that ball's down the line or that ball's in the hole, and sure enough, man, he's got it standing up on 2 feet, and he's not even looking, and he just throws it from the ground, and it's hitting Crony or whoever's at first in the chest, man. It's special, dude. It's something that I've seen from the opposing side, and now that I'm on it and I see it every single day, it's pretty special. And too, man, like I don't think a lot of people see. I mean, Tony, you know, Chris, you know, like he puts in a lot of work, man. That's just not. He's just out there. He's doing his thing, but he's putting in the work too, man. So being able to see that day in and day out, man, it's special.
Tyler Wade joins us here, Friar Friday, and Tyler, we often, those of who've been in this game know about the dog days of August. Just talk about how the mindset changes once the calendar changes to September, especially when your ball club is in the thick of it as the Padres are. I know none of the aches and pains go away, but I would imagine once that calendar turns to September, there's just a different vibe about everything from that standpoint. Clearly this team is in a full sprint mode right now. Talk a little bit about that changeover, like once that calendar changes and the mindset that comes along with it.
Playoff baseball, man, is meaningful baseball. I feel like this is the time now where you get your mind ready for the pennant race, man, and going into the playoffs, man. But like I said, I kind of said this earlier, man. We talked about ourselves and like, hey, like, doesn't matter what month it is, what day it is, what day of the week. It's just let's treat every single day like it's a playoff game, man. And that's something that's not easy to do. And it's a credit to these guys that every single day in and day out we've held each other accountable and have been able to do that, man. And just focusing on each day, like not looking too far ahead and not looking in the past or the future, man. It's just staying present. And I think that's been a big part of our success.
Tyler, last thing, we appreciate the time as always. You talked about the brotherhood. You talked about the way this team gets along and goes to work every day together. When one of your guys, one of the guys you go to work with every day, gets sent to the minor leagues. I mean, Luis Campusano, I'm talking about Waldron happened a month ago.
Yeah.
Where do you go on that? That is a tough one. I'm sure that almost every guy to a man on this team tried to talk to Campusano or has contacted him and, roots for him to, do whatever he's got to do to get back here. But this is part of the business. I'm sure you understand that. But how do you deal with it?
Man, it's tough, right? I mean, he's such a good dude, Waldy and Louis. So, man, it's tough, man. But I think everyone understands it. Like, it's part of the business side of things. Unfortunately, when you have options, it just sucks, regardless of how you're doing. Or, it's just like I've been that guy for so many years. So I feel for him. But, man, they know they're a big part of this, and we need them going forward. So I think both of them are professional enough to, understand, what their role is and do their thing, and they'll be back soon helping us in the playoffs. So I think everyone's kind of talked to them and made them feel at ease with the move. But, man, they're professionals, man. They're great people, and they understand how valuable they are to us.
Well, there's no question Tyler Wade has been valuable to the Padres, and I know he will continue to be moving forward. Tyler, we look forward to the last 15 games and whatever's after that. Thanks for everything you've given this franchise and these fans this year. It's been fun, and we look forward to more good times.
Absolutely. Hopefully there's more coming from it. So thank you guys for having me.
Tyler Wade doing a good job there, just like the good job he's been doing all season for the Padres. Padres and Giants tonight. Still looking for a lineup, but the game isn't going to be played for another 4.5 hours. All of a sudden, 7:15 just seems like forever from now.
I mean, I'm in bed at that time.
I have to stay up a little later tonight to see how things turn out at Oracle Park. All right, we've got Daily Gambit, some other things in hour number 2. Later on, JD Wicker from the San Diego State athletic director in the wake of the move to the Pac-12. Excited to have him on in a little while. So more Gwynn and Chris. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Excuse me.
On 97.3 The Fan.
Into the 3 o'clock hour, we roll. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Scraby, Padres, Giants. Begin a 3-game set here in San Francisco, Oracle Park to be exact. Padres looking to get back in, 15 games. They're looking to win some games. They're looking to win every game they play, and that will be the objective. I do have a prediction today, guys. Lineup prediction.
Okay.
Ooh.
I think we see perhaps Peralta as a DH today, sliding a rise to first base to give Peralta an opportunity.
A swing, yeah.
For some ABs, a right-hander in Webb.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the only switch. That maybe Diaz gets to start today as well.
I was going to ask you. I think Diaz, basically has been anointed, right, as the backup catcher. Higashioka's been getting the playing time, but the one thing I will say, Cease was normally pitching to Campusano.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see, they can go Higashioka, of course, or Diaz. But
Same thing with Darvish, too, the other day. That was
Right.
the first time I think he had thrown to somebody not named Luis Campusano.
yeah, so I'm going to say Elias Diaz, Elias. He's
Elias.
drives me crazy. Elias, like the Sports Bureau. He's
Right.
going to
There
be.
you go.
I think he'll be in the lineup tonight, but we'll see. The lineup is
Yeah.
not yet out. The one guy's in the lineup though is Logan Webb for the Giants, and just flashes on the screen there, guys. 7 career starts against the Padres at Oracle Park. 1.91 is his ERA. So he does tend to give the Padres a rough time there. Tonight they got to find a way to change that. Either that or Cease has got to be lights out. And Cease comes into the game, guys, with 997 career strikeouts. Expecting number Thou tonight.
Number Thou.
I don't know.
I know what you
Hundo
meant.
Hundo sounds good. I don't know what Thou-do doesn't sound
Bow wow! I knew
Bow
exactly
wow.
which
Yeah.
I knew exactly what you were saying, Chris. Only Mr. Scraby would
Yeah.
point it out.
I
Like
know.
he didn't
He's always
understand
looking.
it.
He's always looking for to dig. He's
Just a
digging.
little dig.
Always digging.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're always
little
looking
dig.
to dig as well over there. You.
True enough. True that.
Wait,
Shovel.
you what?
I was gonna say, you digger,
Good luck with
but
this one.
I felt like that was too
That's where-
close.
That's where you were. That's what you
Yeah.
came up with.
Well, no, I was
Digger.
gonna say you were digging over there too. You Digger with a D, and then I was like, I
Lord,
should
have
just
mercy.
stop right now.
But you didn't stop. That's
Well,
the thing.
he
Listen to
wanted me to
yourself
finish.
sometimes. Listen to
He
yourself.
wanted me to finish the sentence.
I didn't think you were anywhere in that realm over there. Wow.
I'm not
Okay.
in that realm, though.
No, you know what? Let's just move on. The Daily Gambit is usually what we hit up at the beginning of the 3 o'clock hour. So let's head down that route.
Do you people know what we're having to deal with over here? I'm looking at you.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. We have some bets to review from yesterday, and I have one bet that won from last night that I think is insane they even bet this to begin with.
Real quick, before you go into your bets, I feel even more confident about Peralta. I'm looking at the numbers against Webb. Peralta is a 333 hitter and 18 at-bats against Logan Webb. Now, there are no numbers. Elias Diaz's numbers aren't great. He's actually an 050 hitter against Webb.
Ooh.
So maybe – but Higashioka, I don't think he has any at-bats against Webb, at least according to this. So there's that.
Tony's trying to convince us that this game isn't important. He's looking up David Peralta stats. I'm telling you what, guys,
Well,
Tony's starting to get the feel. He's starting to get the feel.
In my defense, I'm starting to write out what I think is the lineup on my little iPad. So it's just right next to it. I didn't have to do really any work. Just so it's
I love it. Now we're waiting for the lineup for tonight's game. We'll bring it to you when we
Probably
get
won't
it.
have it for another 3 hours. The game isn't until, tomorrow.
That's right.
God.
Man, what? It was just 7:10 here in town like 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Now it's like foreign for anything to be after 7.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's late.
It is late. All right, Bills and Dolphins last night. Total score was over under 48 points. All of us went over. It was under.
I went to my guy out there in
Rocco,
Rancho San Diego
Rocco.
today. No, my guy Sammy at
the barber
haircut guy.
Yes.
And Sammy's a big he's a wagerer, as we know.
He's a wagerer.
Yes. First thing he told me when I sat down was not, sorry the Dolphins lost. It was, how come they didn't score any points in the second half? He
Yeah,
bet
my
the
thoughts
over.
exactly.
Because it was 31-10.
It was
with a long time remaining,
Yeah.
and then nobody scored, so the over-bettors were upset. I also told Sam that I would mention this. He is the guy when it comes to the survivor pools.
Yep.
My haircut guy, Sam, he's won 2 of those in our times here together. Guess who we had last week in the week 1?
The Bungles.
Yeah.
Wow.
He gone.
That's such a
2-time winner, and he's gone.
That's such a weird feeling for him.
Yeah.
Being gone after did he have the same amount of despair and regret that I did?
He wasn't pleased. He was not pleased with the Bengals on that because he actually put some money down. We play for pride and a wrestling belt. He puts, I had to pay him extra today to cover his gambling winnings for my haircut.
By the way, I heard a new term for bet that I think the gambling industry is trying to get going. Instead of bets, it's your stake. You staked $10.
Okay.
Like you didn't bet $10 because that was a negative.
Do I still lose it if I lose the lose the
You
stake?
do lose your stake.
Okay,
yes.
it's a bet then.
Yes. They're trying to get away from that word bet, I believe.
Did I lose money? Yes, you did, sir.
Because I
was hardly a stake.
I was looking at this guy's Twitter account, and he said, I would stake $10 on this. And I went to another Twitter account. The guy said, I would stake this amount. Like, maybe steak is a term for what they're trying to make it.
Nah, it's still something good to eat.
Okay, next one. Josh Allen passing plus rushing over under 283.5. You guys went over. I went under. It was under because he didn't have to do anything last night.
He only had half that total. And yet they still won the game in a blowout.
Yeah.
So
the game was over after the first quarter.
Might be a little early there, but quarter and a half, I'd say.
Okay. Josh Allen or Tua, most completions. Now, we all chose Tua, and thankfully, Josh Allen didn't have to do anything because he had like 13 completions. Tua had 17, so Tua wins that one. Tyreek Hill over under 95.5 yards. Now, I heard another stat before the game when I was closing up shop here on the broadcast, and it was Tyreek has never had more than 92 yards against the Bills.
Or against any good team.
I think it's just the
Sorry,
Bills.
Tyreek, I'm on his case right now.
But it was over under 95.5 yards. It wasn't even close.
No.
Chris, you're the only one that said under.
I went under.
He had like 29 yards.
It was where'd he go? Where was he?
He was on the bench.
And I kept thinking to myself, okay, well, maybe they're just triple teaming him. But if that's the case, everyone else should be open, and that wasn't the case either. So I don't know what Tyreek did last night, but he didn't play much.
Now, we didn't actually bet on this game, but I had to find the score of South Alabama and Northwestern State.
Oh, right. We were going to.
By the way, Northwestern State, the Demons.
Thank you.
They played like some demons.
Yeah, South Alabama won 87-10.
87?
The spread was 37.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
87.
They even did that whole thing where they like tried not to score, but they kept scoring.
But they knelt down and fell forward into the end zone?
Or like a fumble fell right into their arms as they were falling into the end zone. But 87-10.
Oh, boy.
It was, I think, a 24-10 first quarter score, which isn't terrible. But the next one was Ogunbowale against Stewart. Who scored more in the WNBA? You guys chose Ogunbowale. I chose Stewart, and we pushed. Both of them had 11 points.
Neither of them had a big night.
No.
But the Liberty won the game.
Yankees and Red Sox. Yankees were -1.5 on the run line. Chris chose Red Sox. Tony and I chose Yankees. Yankees won 2-1, so the Red Sox win the bet.
Who had the game-winning hit?
Juan Soto.
Yes, he did.
I saw him getting doused with Gatorade.
Love to see Juan celebrating out there. Warms my heart.
It does. I've gotten over it. It took me almost the entire year to get over it.
Yeah, I still can't. I still don't love it for some reason.
The bet I wanted to talk to you guys about, which should never be made, it's crazy to make this bet, but they put $100 down on. They staked $100 on James Cook to score 3+ touchdowns and Devon Achane being a first quarter TD scorer. Plus 25,000. I feel like the odds should be way bigger than that.
Very random.
But this person won. They won $25,000.
They won by halftime.
Yeah.
Cook had his 3 touchdowns in the first half.
Yeah, talking about being able to like sit back and enjoy a game.
Serious.
It's nice that they reported this winnings, but if they make stupid bets like that,
it happens all the time.
how many times must they lose before they finally get one?
This comes from like FanDuel put it out there like, hey, look at this crazy bet.
That's a crazy one.
Or I'm sorry, steak.
It's a crazy steak. All right, let's pick some steaks here. Tonight, Dylan Cease over under 6.5 strikeouts. He needs 3 for 1,000, Scraby. What do you got?
He needs 3 for 1,000.
6.5 Ks.
Oh,
is
6
his over under.
I'm gonna go over.
Over for Cease.
I don't know, but I'm gonna go over.
I'm gonna go over. I just always feel like he's gonna strike out more than that. So over. Tony, want to get in
over?
There?
Yes, sir.
Who pitches more innings tonight, Dylan Cease or Logan Webb? I just said Webb's got a 1.91 ERA against the Padres, and he always pitches a lot of innings. Cease doesn't always pitch a lot of innings. I'm going to take the odds here and go Webb. Tony?
I'm going to say Webb, too.
Webb also. Scraby?
Contrarian.
Got it. A little college football tonight. Matchup of 2 ranked teams. Kansas State at home, favored by 7 over Arizona. This is a Big 12 conference matchup for the first time ever. K-State or Arizona, Tony? K-State by 7. Both teams are ranked.
I'll take Arizona to cover.
Take the cover, Tony or Scraby.
I'm gonna go K-State.
K-State, Wildcats, you say?
Yes.
I'll also take the Wildcats, as in the Arizona Wildcats.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah,
I already put K-State
I
in
knew
there.
you would, and you'd have to scribble it out. Tomorrow, this is a fun one for you, Scraby only. Tennessee, home to Kent State. They'll be laying 49 points in this game.
Kent State's not a Division II school, is it?
No, they're Division I. Tennessee's favored by 4.9.
I'm glad you changed that up there, buddy. I thought you said Kent State is not that bad. It's like, when did you see Kent State play, buddy?
The Golden Flashes.
Yeah, just because you named their mascot don't mean nothing.
Did Antonio Gates played for Akron, right?
Kent State.
Kent State, there we go. Boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's why he thought he went to Akron.
Yeah, he's all excited. Yeah, you got that wrong.
Good job.
Tennessee up by a 49-point spread.
Right.
They will not be coming around the mountain. We're going to go
with Kent State.
That's right. All-timer, right?
Do we have that clip still?
I think it got deleted, and I'm not kidding.
That was one of the many
COVID
pandemic,
moments.
pandemic
She'll
statements.
Be coming around the mountain when she goes.
What was the subject of that?
It was the theme, the Rocky Top.
Yeah.
We were talking about the song.
Oh yes.
And he
the
said
University
it
of
was
Tennessee
he
fight
said
song.
it was
Rocky
He
Top.
said it was coming around the mountain.
I thought that was
Andy
coming around the
sang
mountain
it.
when she goes. She'll be coming around the mountain when she goes.
That was a moment. That was.
That
a moment.
was.
I really
I'm
thought
sorry.
it was the
I
team.
digress.
No.
Tony, who you got here? 49 on the balls, or the?
I would say they cover.
They'd cover. You say?
Yes.
They've been beaten. They've won by 102 points total their first two games. So sounds like a 50-point blowout. I'll take Tennessee.
Yep. Tennessee.
Dodgers and Braves tonight. 8.5 runs. Tony's first. 8.5 runs total. I guess I should tell you who's pitching.
I
Because
can
that
find that out real quick.
could come into a play in a bet like that. Schellenbach and Knack.
I'm sorry, who?
Landon Knack for the Dyers.
What's the 8.5?
8.5. There's people in line behind you, Tony. Let's go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's
Hey,
go.
sir, move
Let's go
along,
under. We're going under.
Tony's going under. Scraby, you're up.
I'm gonna go under too.
Really?
Yeah.
They're going to be slugging in Atlanta tonight. I'll take over. Tommy Edman, my man. 2 home runs in back-to-back games.
Wow.
For Tommy Edman.
He's liking that LA hat.
He's rolling. Shohei comes into the game, what, 47,
47,
48?
47. Yeah, 47, 48.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Asia Wilson added again tonight for the Aces in Indiana. 27 points over under. Chris is up here. Every time I've bet her, it's been over, and every time I've won. So I'll say over. Tony.
Over.
Scrabe.
Under.
Under. All right. And Caitlin Clark. This is another aspect of her game that nobody talks about. She leads the league in assists.
Yeah.
Leads the whole league as a rookie.
She's a hooper.
Yeah, she is. 8.5 assists tonight for her. Over, under. Scraby.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of an assist. A lot of an assist.
I'm gonna go under.
Under. I'm gonna go under also. It's just the one thing about assists that I always find is that
you count on the other person.
Yes, the other person has to make the shot. Sometimes they don't. Tony, what do you want to do?
Over.
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 Tony says. All right. That's it for our stakes tonight.
Nice
the
job.
Daily Gambit. See how we do. Both Scraby and I are doing all right this week. Scraby's 11-9. I am 14-6.
Oh.
So I'm eating this week.
Look at you, fancy man.
Yeah.
I'm eating this week.
This week I can eat. All right, we'll take a quick timeout here. More Gwynn and Chris on the way. We should have a Padre lineup within the next couple of hours.
We're still like 7 hours away from game time, so.
Yeah, JD Wicker's coming up at 4 o'clock. What's happening at the bottom of this hour, Scrape? Do you have a
countdown?
Oh, yes, our countdown for the week. I think you'll have some fun, kind of a little diversion topic for you. So it's all still ahead, but first let's get some traffic.
From the 97.3.
It's not me, is it?
Yes,
All right.
it is you. You're on the air.
Welcome to the program, sir.
It's not me, guys.
It is me.
Oh, it is you.
Yes, thank you.
Didn't you tell me right before we came back in that it was Tony?
I asked you, and I was guessing.
Okay.
Show's
It's Friday, everybody.
Show's rolling along smoothly.
Tony goes, this is not
Today.
me.
Yeah. Sorry about that, everyone. Hello, Chris Ello here, Tony there in San Fran. Padres there in San Fran with a giant lineup available for us to look at. Couple of weird guys in there like Grant McCray, who hit 2 homers last week. He hit one of them against Dylan Cease, if I'm not mistaken, Tone.
Did they post a lineup?
Giants lineup.
They literally did that as soon as I closed my computer. What jerks?
How dare them. Brent Wisely's in there tonight. Donovan Walton, second baseman. Don't know much about him. Gerard Encarnacion had a 3-run homer against the Padres last week. Bunch of no-name guys. Can't let them rise up tonight. A lot at stake here. Mets and Phillies get underway in about 15 minutes. And Philly, Braves, and Dodgers after 4 o'clock. Diamondbacks later against the Brewers. We'll keep an eye on all of that. There's an interesting thing percolating, though, in baseball. And it has to do with the Dodgers, and it has to do with Shohei Ohtani. But it has to do with Shohei Ohtani in a way that I think most of us had kind of in our minds put out of our minds for this season at least. Apparently now, Dave Roberts, when pushed on this subject, has said, who knows? When they get to the postseason, Shohei Ohtani conceivably could come in and do some pitching, Tony Gwynn Jr. That would change things a little bit. After all, the Dodgers are, they've got a bunch of injuries down there in that staff, and the bullpen's been a little inconsistent. Ohtani could pitch in the playoffs. That kind of opens up a whole nother thing.
You think? Yeah, definitely.
Slightly, huh?
No, I will say this. He hasn't pitched in the game, and I imagine he won't be sharp no matter who he is on the mound.
Right.
Not having done it. These bullpens it ain't that. These games ain't a bullpen. I can guarantee you that. But it is another arm that they would have available, and it could come at a time. And I'm not sitting here saying that Ohtani could start because I don't know that he would ever be built up to do that.
Yeah.
But with the news of, what's my man's name on
Bueller?
they got from Tampa? No, from Tampa.
Oh, from Tampa.
Glasnow.
With Glasnow reporting, Dave Roberts also said in that same presser that Glasnow is still having pain in that elbow, considered it a step back. It's not looking like he's gonna have a chance to pitch.
No.
In the playoffs, at least right now. So, they're already kind of dragging themselves there with their pitching. I'm sure this is something positive, but how much are you going to get from Ohtani?
I don't know.
Literally hasn't pitched in a year.
Yeah, August 23rd is the last time last year, of course.
He would be coming into like the most high stress situations. You certainly wouldn't be able to control this type of environment. So, yeah, I hear Dave, but I'm curious to know how and in what capacity would you be getting him?
Would you be? I mean, if you're Dave Roberts, would you be willing to like have his first appearance in over a year be, a shutdown inning in the 7th or 8th inning of a playoff game? Or would you at least want to get him to pitch a couple innings somewhere along the line before the end of the regular season just to get back out on the mound?
I don't know, man. Like, you still got time if you really wanted to, like, to get him some innings in the minor leagues. But he's also
you're going to send him down there.
He's also your best hitter. So
yeah, I can't really do
like,
that.
You can't really send him nowhere to go like get this work. I mean, I guess you could fly some minor leaguers up there to take some ABs and kind of do a sim game, which I'm sure they haven't crossed off the list, but. Yeah, it would be kind of. I think this is a tough scenario to get him back going. I'm not saying that they can't do it.
Hopefully it's just a fugazi. Hopefully they're not really thinking of this, but I really didn't think it was even a question. I thought he was just not going to pitch till next year, and that was, done, move on from that. But, found it interesting that it's kind of been brought up, and here we go. Dave Roberts is addressing it, so something to keep in the back of our minds. God, wouldn't that be something if you get to the playoff, the second round, Dodgers, Padres, game 1, and tie score 7th inning, and the bullpen gate opens, and Ohtani comes jogging in. It would catch your attention at the very least. So,
yes,
we will see.
Yes, he would.
All right, we'll take a break here. When we come back, it is our countdown. Yeah, looking forward to it. JD Wicker from San Diego State. After that, stick around. Gwynn and Chris. love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's Authentic Mediterranean. It's in Coronado. It's in La Jolla. It's at Petco Park. For dining or takeout options, spiroscuisine.com. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr. in San Francisco, and Matt Scraby alongside here. Odyssey Palace Studios. Padres Giants play sometime later tonight. Game's still well off in the distance. And as a result, Gwynn and Chris show rolls on, people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Sammy Levitt pregame show is due sometime after dark tonight.
Literally.
It's unbelievable.
Actually, maybe not after dark, but getting dark.
Late game, 7:15 for the first pitch tonight. Logan Webb, Dylan Cease. A couple of news items that we've been discussing. If you just tuned in, Christian McCaffrey ruled out for Sunday's game for San Francisco.
Ain't no thing.
Ain't no thing, says the confident/arrogant 49er fan. 49ers will be taking on the Vikings. Without McCaffrey, there is some talk that he could go on the IR, which would mean he'd be out for at least 4 games total. The other couple of notes on, players. If you're setting your fantasy lineups, etc., Kenneth Walker, running back Seattle, doubtful and kind of maybe like almost out.
Yeah,
so you probably want to get him out of your lineup. If you have him, Jake Ferguson, tight end, Dallas, same thing. Some other ones that are questionable, but including Jordan Love, which I still think is weird. Jordan Love, who, sprained his MCL last week, couldn't walk, thought he might be out for like a month. Coach says he could still potentially play Sunday against the Colts. Scraby doesn't buy it.
I don't believe it for 1 second.
Scraby does not buy that.
Not for 1 second.
All right, every Friday we do our countdown. It's usually a hard-hitting sports topic, but not today. So sit back, relax after traffic, and enjoy a little more fun in today's countdown.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Robert Half. Got a few problems here, guys. One of them is this stalled car on southbound side of the 163 right before the 8. It's partially in the fast lane. Also traveling on southbound 15 right at the South 805 connector. Reports of some carpeting in middle lanes. Traveling on northbound 15 past Valley Parkway. Collision involving a pickup truck and a box truck. They're over to the right shoulder. And we have reports of a car fire out on Scripps Poway Parkway right at the 67. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
It's now time for Gwynn and Chris to rank their top 5 of the day.
Gonna grip and rip as usual.
But this isn't just a regular top 5 list.
I love it. It sounds sadistic, but I love it.
This is The Countdown. And it starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, it's Friday. It is the day we do our countdown each week. Give you the category in a second. We count down our top 5 in that category, and it's usually a sports-related category, but not the case today. I feel like, guys, with the Padres getting set for these last 15 games, the stress of playoff-style baseball, and the stress I've been feeling all day long after the Miami result last night. I think everybody's heard that in my voice and in my anger throughout the show today. So
a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get away from it all for a moment. We're gonna go to the movies. Grab yourself
we're going to the movies, hey?
Yeah, grab yourself a box of popcorn and a
some
large
Cracker Jacks.
Before we do the list, what do you normally get at the movies? What's your go-to? You
Zero.
get nothing. You walk in, you order nothing.
Nothing.
Is that right?
I refuse to pay.
You refuse to pay the price. Do you ever bring any food in?
No, nothing.
No, so you just nothing. You sit there.
But
and
if someone says they're going to buy for me,
okay, then
it's
you
popcorn.
Popcorn.
Yeah.
Right. Tony, what's your? You guys sometimes bring the whole family. Does that is that
I
like a
always bring the whole
$500
family.
bill for you?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not when you're going to the movies with Elise Gwynn, my wife.
She packs a picnic.
She's definitely packing a picnic or holding on to them dollars tight when we go to get something. I usually get some type of candy.
Yeah.
The kids want an icy or Slurpee or whatever they got there. but you're limited when you're going with moms.
Yeah, I it's just me, so I pretty much splurge. I go large.
You should.
I go large and large.
Oh.
I don't feel like
Yeah,
you
I
should
do.
go to a movie or a baseball game and not.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
splurge.
it's part of it. So I go large
part
and
of
large.
it.
I will. I will usually like some red vines as well, but I will try to buy those at the market and sneak them in because $6 for the red vines.
Put them in
too
your
much.
underwear so no one finds them.
Wherever they need to go, Scraby. Just don't you worry about where I put them.
Oh, I'm gonna follow you next time and tell the guy,
Okay.
hey, make sure you pat down that front area.
Look at the
Lori
dry
comes.
snitch over here.
Lori comes in with her own healthy popcorn from Trader Joe's that she put. I know. That
Now,
she
is
puts.
it actual popcorn though?
Yeah, it's good popcorn. It's
Okay.
just healthier. She puts it in a backpack. I'm pretty sure these
Nothing
people
is
are aware
suspicious
that.
like bringing a backpack.
No
into a
kidding.
movie.
I think everybody's aware of what's going on, but
Yeah, you
she
gotta
gets
be a little
through.
sneakier than that.
She doesn't. She. I think she looks
She
them
has
in
a
the.
picnic basket with her.
I think she looks the guy in the eye and says, "Just try me, pal." That's
You don't want this smoke.
You don't want
Trust me.
this. No. I look him in the eye and tell him he doesn't want this smoke. All right. Now that we're settled into our seat, our
good
top
one, Chris.
5 today, top 5 Leonardo DiCaprio movies.
Number
One of
5.
the most famous actors in Hollywood history and Best Actor Award winner once and 2 more times nominated. So, well, we haven't done that in a while. We've done, I think, over the years, Nicholson and Tom Hanks and some of these guys. So, Scraby, why don't you start us off? What's your number 5 Leo movie?
Shout out to The Revenant. It just missed. Revenant is great. The bear scene is crazy.
Isn't that the one he climbs into the bear skin?
Yes.
Yes. But the attack scene where his it's crazy, this scene. But my number 5 is going to be a movie that people aren't really in love with, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I love Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's a very long movie. Brad Pitt is more amazing than Leonardo DiCaprio, but DiCaprio makes the movie, and I think it's one of the better.
You like that one?
Who's the director? Why can't I remember his name?
Tarantino.
Tarantino, yeah.
Yeah, and all of his movies are long,
Yeah.
so
Leo
you shouldn't-
DiCaprio plays a washed-up actor. And it's
shouldn't be
hilarious.
surprised by that if you go to a Tarantino movie that's going to take a while.
True.
All right, Tony, what you got for number 5?
How about William and Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet?
With Claire Danes?
What a
1996.
what a softie you are, Tony.
Well, here's the deal. Like, at that time, I'm in high school. You're probably learning about Romeo and Juliet at that point, and so it was like a new version of it. And so that's really the only reason why I watched it, because I think we were covering it in school or something.
Yes, you'd rather see the movie than have to try to
Of
read through
course.
the actual
the
play. Yeah.
The 14-year-old TG was
Yeah.
certainly trying to find ways to not have to read that book.
There was a
That is
method to
why-
your madness.
There was 100% a method to my madness, but I'll put that one at 5.
All right.
Interesting. I didn't expect that.
Speaking of The Revenant, that is the one movie that he did win Best Actor at the Academy Awards for, but doesn't make my top 5 either. My number 5 is The Aviator, where he played the crazy billionaire Howard Hughes.
Yes.
I just thought he did a phenomenal job. It's a movie I really enjoyed. I always wanted to learn about Howard Hughes. I didn't know too much about this crazy
Spruce
guy.
Goose?
He invented the Spruce Goose, which was an airplane that couldn't get off the ground, basically. But he was into aviation, and it's quite a good biopic, and he's quite good.
Okay.
The Aviator would
I don't
be
think I've
number
ever
5.
seen that, and I would probably love it.
You love every movie, so I think
Okay,
you'll definitely
thank
like
you.
that
Wouldn't be a
one.
surprise.
Thank
No,
Yeah,
you're right.
no.
Number 4.
All right, number 4, Scrabe.
It's going to be one that has Tom Hanks in it as well, but it's Catch Me If You Can. His name is Frank Abagnale in the movie, and it's based on a true story. But basically, Tom Hanks is a FBI guy trying to catch him. He's a counterfeiter, so he makes checks and passports and all these other things. It's a really good movie.
He's elusive.
He's elusive, yes.
All right, Tony, number 4 for Leo DiCaprio.
Shutter Island. Shutter
yes.
Island. Good flick. I'm not like the biggest Leonardo DiCaprio fan. I think he's a great actor. His movies are hella long most of the time. So that's already a minus for me. But I enjoyed Shutter Island. It was a crazy movie, man. It takes you. It takes place on an island. It's an insane asylum, basically. And he's doing an investigation about a girl that they thought went missing. It's a really good movie. If you're not like dialed in, you can be confused a little bit.
Yes.
But I enjoyed this one. Shutter Island, number 4.
Good one.
Number 4 for me is going to be The Wolf of Wall Street. It might rank a little higher on other lists. I thought he was great in the movie, but in a lot of ways I ranked it 4th because I think Jonah Hill stole the movie from him with some of his unbelievably comedic scenes. Margot Robbie wasn't too shabby.
She stole the movie too.
Either, right. So when I think back of Wolf of Wall Street, I don't think of him as much as those other two. That's why I ranked it 4th. But it's certainly one of his best, and he was nominated for Best Actor in 2014 for that.
Number 3.
I think it's going to surprise people. This isn't higher, but Titanic. I think that's what people remember him most for, right? Is standing on the front of the ship saying, "I'm the king of the world."
That's exactly how he said it. Yeah, your imitations of people's voices could remain poor.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
That was not brutal. It was not brutal. Titanic was an amazing movie. I saw it in the theaters. It was very long, but as Tony said, Leo DiCaprio movies are very long. So there you go.
All right, Tony.
Number 3 on my list is Wolf of Wall Street. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to make that 3 or 2.
Yeah.
Wolf of Wall Street was legit. It was definite. I didn't see this one until everybody started talking about it. And so by the time I seen it, all the scenes that had stood out, I'd already knew about, and it was still good despite that. And so that'll be number 3 on my list.
Number 3 for me is going to be one you mentioned earlier, Scraby, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I really enjoyed it. I believe it's one of those ones I rented in a hotel room, and it, took me through 5 hours of free to maybe 4 hours.
I think it's like 3.5.
Yeah, it's long, but the thing I like about this movie is it's a fictional account of the world going on in the Hollywood hills when the Manson family came to prominence and people were getting murdered. And I liked how they tied the fictional part into the real life things that were going on.
It was very unexpected.
It was. And, he's good. And plus, isn't he the one at the end who gets the fire thrower and just gets to spray everybody with the fire? And he got the big...
yes.
Yeah, he's got the fire gun there at the end.
The flamethrower.
The flamethrower, thank you. And... that looks like fun to me, so I bet he enjoyed that scene.
Chris wants a flamethrower.
I would like to try it once, without...
I would too, not joking.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Although in video games, you have to shoot the tank on the back, and then it makes it explode, and it kills the enemy, Chris, just for you to know.
Okay.
My number 2 is The Departed, where he plays an undercover cop, and Jack Nicholson's in this movie, Mark Wahlberg's in this movie, and he is incredible in this movie. You have to see it if you haven't seen it, so I can't reveal any more.
It's an Academy Award-winning movie.
Yeah,
Best Picture.
Really good.
It's worth it, too.
Best Picture.
Had that come up on the list that I pulled up, certainly would have picked it, but it didn't, so I forgot about it.
Well,
number 2.
You still have time to rectify that.
No, it's too late. I already got my 5. The Django goes at number 2 for me.
The Django Unchained?
The Django Unchained. It is another Tarantino movie, so you can imagine in 2012, Tarantino is really off the rails in terms of the bloodiness and some of the things you see. It was a good flick, though. I love the storyline. Leonardo was a slave plantation owner that was a little janky, and he paid the price in the end.
He had the Colonel Sanders beard going in that one.
He did. He played that. Leonardo is Leo DiCaprio. No, oh my God, I can't say his name. Leonardo DiCaprio is a fantastic actor.
Oh yeah,
in all his movies. So he was really good in this one.
Okay. Number, what are we on? 2?
2.
Yes, 2.
Catch Me If You Can. Really liked it. You'd mentioned it earlier. Tom Hanks. And to me, they have really good chemistry in the movie. I mean, he's trying to catch him the whole movie, but they also run into each other 5 or 6 times, and then DiCaprio finds a way to get out of there.
But he also kind of respects DiCaprio for being so.
He does. He's such a good criminal that Tom Hanks is like, wow, this guy's pretty good. So I think it's one that a lot of people would enjoy.
Number 1.
My number 1, you guys have already said it, Wolf of Wall Street. I think the Quaalude scene might be one of my favorite scenes in movie history.
It's the most talked about scene, that's for sure.
It's just so ridiculously hilarious when he's crawling to his car and he can't move his legs. It's just so funny. And then he thinks he gets home, but I mean, it's a terrible thing that he did, but in the movie, it makes sense. It's a great scene. Love that movie.
Number one for me has got to be Titanic.
Can you do your I'm the King of the World?
I'm not going to. You wrecked it for everybody forevermore. He's fabulous in this movie. I don't think that the movie's as good as it was without him, although it's very good and the effects are great. And again, it's another movie that he's in where real life meets fiction, because the Titanic sinking really did happen. His part in the movie is part of what tells the story, but he's remarkably good in that. And it's the one that I think I'll always, and everybody will always remember.
Did we skip Tony?
Oh, we did.
Nope.
I jumped ahead of you.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, you're number one. Sorry.
Inception. I love this movie.
Really?
I really, really love this movie.
Tony, I've got an hour and a half. Can you explain it to me, please? It's a long show today, and I need to fill some time.
I could give you a little bit. Basically, Leonardo DiCaprio's, I think his character's name is Dom. He is a thief that has the crazy skill of being able to enter people's dreams and basically like steal their secrets and their ideas. This skill has basically forced him to lose everything that he actually loved in life, and so he basically gets asked to do this, pull this skill off on a criminal that is diabolical. The criminal anticipates it, this thing that he does, and it just becomes a confusing mess if you are not paying attention. This is not one of those movies where you can get up and go to the bathroom or get up and do something other than watch the film, or you'll be lost. But I loved it.
I was lost even though I
stayed
was
dialed in.
I didn't. I stayed dialed in, and I didn't make it. So that was a tough one. But I will also admit to being kind of stupid when it comes to following movies. I need somebody to lean over once in a while and go, "Hey, that's what their name is." Oh,
wake you up.
Yeah. Well, I'm like, now I got it.
I could not put Titanic. I don't know that I've ever watched the full Titanic movie. That's how long that movie
scares you. Oh, because it's
so
long.
It's so long.
I thought the water was because you hate water. So
that's another part for Tony. Yeah, pictures himself going down with that ship.
There's nothing more frightening than thinking about sinking to the bottom of the ocean in the Titanic. I think.
Yeah, because there's nothing you can do. It's over.
You're stuck. Goodbye.
It's a good thing to remind me before I go on my cruise next week.
Oh, that's right.
All right, there we go with our countdown today. Scraby's calling out Tony on Tony's gone to get ready for the broadcast, but Scraby's calling out Tony on being able to understand the movie Inception.
It's more like everybody who has ever told me they understood it. I'm like, I don't know. I can't.
I will say
figure
this:
it out.
Tony's the first guy ever to be able to at least make an explanation.
Seriously.
I don't know that it was right, but it was an explanation.
He did explain it correctly, which is the first good explanation I've heard.
It was a good explanation, but I still don't see how anybody can follow it. JD Wicker from the Aztecs, a day after they get into the Pac-12. Looking forward to visiting with him next on Gwynn and Chris. It is the Gwynn and Chris show here. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr. in San Francisco. He'll be back with us for our Big Five at the bottom of this hour. Matt Scraby's alongside here. The Odyssey Palace Studios. Lovely day in San Diego. Finally cooled down here the last couple of days. Everybody should be happy about that. Another thing I'm happy about, and I'm pretty sure all Aztec for lifers are happy about, is the Aztecs moving into the Pac-12. After all, the Aztecs have been trying to get into the Pac-12 for years and years and years and years and years. Kirk Kenny brought this up yesterday. It goes all the way back to when it was the Pac-8. Scraby, I know you probably, it was before you were born, the Pac-8. And San Diego State tried to get in then. And they brought in Arizona and Arizona State and then, went on from there. But at long last, yesterday came the news that the Aztecs were in. And JD Wicker, athletic director at San Diego State, joins the program. First of all, thank you so much for your time. I don't know how you have the time to fit us in. You've been busy. But congratulations, JD, first and foremost.
Chris, Scraby, appreciate the time and the well wishes. It's been a eventful couple of weeks, but excited to have this behind us, and now the real work begins.
Yes, indeed. I think all of us could hear the emotion in your voice yesterday. I didn't get a chance to get out to the press conference at the show, but listened to it and just could hear, how much this not only it meant to you and San Diego State, but you could tell all the work that went into doing something like this. And it's got to be very gratifying to get it done.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, yesterday was a culmination of, 8 years. It'll be 8 years in October that I've been athletic director, and you think about all the ups and downs that we've been through, initiatives, contract negotiations, COVID, stadium builds, really warm days when stadiums open, the Pac-12 imploding, a national title game. It's just a lot of ups and downs, and to get to this point and to be able to, just have such a positive impact on the San Diego State fan base, our institution, and our community means a lot to me.
And, it means a lot to all of us. And I think I'm speaking for most Aztec alumni when I say that. JD Wicker is with us, the athletic director at San Diego State. JD, how do you kind of view this, development in your mind going forward? Or is it too early to tell? I can't believe you haven't thought about, I know you have, thought about, where this may or may not lead you and the Aztecs. Kind of how do you couch it at this point?
Yeah, I mean, our goal is to play at the highest level, to have that opportunity, and this is the next best step in realizing that goal. So, we'll finish putting together a great Pac-12. We think we'll for sure be the fifth best conference out there, and with goals of, reeling in the Big 12 and the ACC over time, and provide our student athletes, our coaches, our staff, our fans, our alumni, those opportunities to compete at the highest level and to be successful while doing it.
We're talking to JD Wicker, the Aztecs athletic director here on 97.3 The Fan, and you just started answering what I'm about to ask, but is San Diego State going to be involved with the process of recruiting or maybe talking to schools about getting into the conference?
Yeah, this is the six of us are, working on all details as it relates to 2026 and beyond. So obviously membership is part of 2026 and beyond. So, we've now begun the process of working with the conference office and consultants to, figure out who those next schools would be that we would reach out to and hopefully have them join the league. And, you do that and then you get ready to get a television deal done. It's a great time to be in the market. CW and Warner Brothers Discovery, TNT, TBS True TV are all kind of new players in the market to go with, the other ones that ESPN, Fox, CBS, NBC. So we're excited for the opportunities in front of us and think this was a great move.
JD Wicker, San Diego State, the Aztecs, and the Pac-12. It really does sound pretty good after all this time. JD, we all felt so bad when it fell apart to not, to no fault of San Diego State's. Just everything happened at once, and this school left and that school left and everything, and you guys were almost in. Did you ever get to how low did you get at that point, and did you ever think you could get back to this point? Because I got to be honest, this came as a little bit of a surprise to a lot of people. I don't think we were expecting to hear this news, right now.
Yeah, August 4th, 2023 will definitely be a date I won't remember. That was a really tough day for, myself and everybody else. I was, I've said it a number of times. I was in a hotel room in Canton, Ohio, as we were there for the induction of, Aztec and Charger legend Donna Coryell. Such an exciting weekend to then, get your, feet cut out from under you. So it was hard. It was a good, it really took a while to recognize that, it was a grieving process that we were going through, but our staff rallied, our coaches, our student athletes rallied, and, we had a really good year last year. And, something was going to happen. Oregon State and Washington State are two phenomenal programs, great brands out there. And, we knew that we wanted to be associated with them. And, we're excited with what we've got now.
Talking to JD Wicker here, Aztecs athletic director, about joining the Pac-12 here in 2026. And I want to ask about the sports individually, but it's going to be great for every sport within the school. It's going to help everything grow. But I think many people are very excited about the Aztecs basketball team getting into a conference like the Pac-12. What can that do to help move the basketball team now, maybe into one of those programs where people are talking about it throughout the entire country?
Yeah, I think the makeup of the league, again, we're obviously the standard bearer of the Mountain West, but Boise State, who, has kind of been our biggest foe as you look at wins and losses over the last couple of years. It's such a great rivalry. Colorado, but they've been to the NCAA tournament. Colorado State's been in the NCAA tournament. The Cougs were in the tournament last year, and Oregon State made an Elite Eight run a couple of years ago. So you've got good programs, and then, it is something that is important. Football, as we know, is the driver within the NCAA, but basketball is a huge component, and that certainly will play a role as we, look at who's next as we fill out this Pac-12 conference.
JD, I read your comments about the Big 12 and where that all was, and in reading those comments, it made perfect sense to me. Why you wouldn't want to join under those kinds of circumstances. Can you just explain? I wanted to give you maybe the platform to kind of explain it to some people who say, well, they could have gone into the Big 12, but you really couldn't go into the Big 12 under what they were offering.
Yeah, we would have been at such a competitive disadvantage. And, some people say, well, you'd have had a seat at the table, but it would have been at the little kids' table. So you have to, by the time we would have potentially gotten a full share, we'd be, 6 to 8 years behind everybody else, that much further behind. And you're competing against those people day in and day out for those resources. Whereas, we have a better shot, currently in the Mountain West, and then going into the Pac-12 to get that group of 5 CFP slot. We probably have a better shot than 40 of the A4 schools out there. So we're thrilled with what we've got right now. We're going to keep building it. And everybody we talked to, I was like, look, we deserve a full share. You look at all that we've done at San Diego State. We've got a $310 million football stadium. We've got the best combined record of, football and men's basketball of anybody in Division I. We went to the national title game. We've been to, 12 out of 13 straight years, I think, or 11 out of 12 actually went to bowl games. We were eligible during the COVID year, but didn't go. So why wouldn't we deserve a full share? 28th, largest DMA. We own we own San Diego from, that football and basketball standpoint. So we're, that's what we felt, but, we weren't going to go into a place that we couldn't be successful.
Not that you need this, JD, but you have my full support to go now around the country and steal a bunch of teams from everybody else's conference, since they stole them all from our conference to begin with. So good luck. Happy hunting out there. We are excited and can't wait for this. Being in the Pac-12, it's a great step for San Diego State. And I have the confidence with you and everybody else putting this thing together that, you're going to pick up 5 or 6 other schools, and they're going to be fun, and it's going to make a great conference that we all can be proud to be in. Thanks for the time. Appreciate you squeezing us in. Now go back to work.
Yeah. All right, guys. I appreciate it very much. Appreciate the time. It has been a minute since we got together, so glad I got to spend some time with y'all, and now we'll go see if we can figure out how to beat the Cal Bears this weekend.
Yes, good luck this weekend for sure. Absolutely. Thanks.
All
JD Wicker right there, athletic director at San Diego State. Aztecs for life. JD has done all right. Look, Jim Sturk came in, and I think he helped get the corner turned a little bit, along with Steve Fisher's work and Brian Dutcher and the basketball program. But JD Wicker's taken it to new heights since he's been the AD. Got the stadium. I mean, we've marveled at that, Scraby.
No one can build anything here.
You can't build anything in San Diego.
But he was able to build a stadium.
This guy got a stadium built,
I want to know how do you get into being an athletic director? It sounds kind of fun, actually. I'm sure it's extremely stressful and not as fun as I think.
Can't imagine how many people must be trying to get, leave a message on your phone.
Oh,
right?
I can only imagine that it's insane and
needing something
and phone calls and
yeah. But I was shocked by this story when it first came. I saw it. I think I was flipping around channels on Wednesday night, and it was on the bottom line on like the SEC network. I was watching an old football game or something.
I was going to say, what?
I don't know. It caught my eye, and I said, well, wait, what? And it said, Boise State, San Diego State, Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State to join the Pac-12. I'm like, wait, where'd that come from?
Yeah, out of nowhere. Really.
And the next thing, I honestly ran to my computer to look it up and make sure that was correct. And the next thing I know, everybody's talking about it.
Just imagine, in the old days, this is not a shot at you. But in the old days, Chris, you would have had to wait until the next morning to open your paper to see that, and then you would be like, what in the heck?
It wasn't in the paper the next morning. It was not in the paper the following morning after I saw it. It was online. ESPN was quoting sources as saying it was true.
Oh, so they didn't publish yet.
There hadn't yet been a story in the UT. The first stories came out today after yesterday's press conference.
To get everything confirmed.
Right, with this new information highway, as it were.
The information era.
I was able to get it much sooner. But I'm looking forward to it. Somebody who works with the women's basketball team. First of all, I like Boise State. That's a top-notch program. And here's the thing that he said: you might bring in some school. Hopefully, you can steal a couple of names that are names already.
Yeah.
If you can steal whoever it is, bring Arizona's back, bring Cal and Stanford back, bring whatever. But there's other schools out there. Texas San Antonio is not a household name.
It's not.
San Antonio, though, is as big a city as San Diego. It's the state of Texas, and that those programs there in football and basketball are getting bigger and growing. There are other schools that want to sit at the big boy table, and they've never really been given that opportunity. They get shut out by the powers that be.
Well, I know that.
So this may be a place where everybody can come together, and then, as he said, start closing the gap on the ACC, start closing the gap on the Big 12, and make yourself legit.
I can't remember if we talked about this in a break or on the air earlier, but I was reading a bunch of stuff last night, and I saw that Sacramento State and UC Davis are going to be trying to get in. And no offense to those schools.
Yeah.
But that doesn't interest me if I'm a current member of the Pac-6.
It doesn't interest me under the current construction of what Sacramento State is or whoever.
UC Davis has a good football program, but it's not going to be CFP, college football playoff level.
I understand that, but college football in general has gone from 110 schools to about 135 schools. Of those 25 that have come in to Division I over the last 10 years, some of them are pretty good. Liberty, right? I mean, I'm just giving you a couple. Central Florida. You look up, these teams were in Orange Bowls. They've been there. They're not winning the national championship. I get that. But
are they able to do that
I don't know.
Every year? It doesn't seem like it.
I don't know. I don't know if there's too much money at Georgia and too much money at Alabama and Notre Dame and Ohio State and Michigan for anybody ever to challenge those schools. Maybe there just is.
What about Colorado State?
What do I think about them?
Yeah. Do you think they're a big enough name?
You went there, So
your wife went there.
I know.
I was thinking like basketball, they have a good program, right? Their football program
They
is so-so.
San Diego State was in the final game. Legit. Oh, my God. 3 hours before the first pitch, the Padre lineup is out for tonight's game against the Giants. We'll check traffic, and then we'll give you that lineup. Tony Gwynn Jr., before he departed, predicted that David Peralta and Elias Diaz would both be in the lineup tonight. We'll find out if he's correct when Gwynn and Chris continues.
From the night.
too. Thank you to JD Wicker, John David Wicker. He is the athletic director at San Diego State. They are now in the Pac-12. I've seen some of the snickering about this move from some of the Aztec fans out there.
I've seen lots of snickering.
You know, and there's going to be naysayers to almost everything that's done. But I'm a lot more excited about what is possible now than I was 3 days ago when I knew I was staying in the Mountain West Conference.
Exactly.
Wasn't going anywhere there. That wasn't going to do anything for me. So let's see how it turns out. I mean, you want to go ahead and judge. You shouldn't judge yet. The final report is not in.
Yeah.
They're one of 6 teams. They have to have more than 6 teams. Let's see who else they get.
Let's
see where it goes from there. Let's see how much money they can get in TV contracts.
In the Big 12, like, that is high-level football. And I know that people disagree with me on this, but I would much rather go to a Pac-12 that's not as strong as the Big 12, so my program doesn't get buried by these huge programs that we have no chance to compete with financially. I mean, you got schools like, what is it? Oklahoma's not in the Big 12 anymore.
No, Oklahoma and Texas have left the Big 12.
Yes, but you still got schools with major budgets that San Diego State can't match. Well, and I think that's a big deal because I don't want to be the doormat of a conference forever.
Here's the thing that I liked what Kirk Kenney said yesterday about it, and that was if you try to join a club and it had an 18-hole golf course and they said you can only play 12, you wouldn't join.
No.
You know,
you want to
be a member.
Yeah, you want to be a full member.
You're a member of the club. You're not just kind of a member. You know, you can only have salad, and then you must go home. You cannot have an entree.
Yes.
Sorry, you're only worthy of a salad.
Talk about arrogant people. The people at the Big 12, man.
Yeah, well, that's a money thing, though.
Exactly.
It's all money grab. Everybody's
it's all
trying to make
money
more
grab.
money. So, you know what? I say good for the Aztecs, and I'm excited now. Like to see what happens. You know, we'll see. Maybe at the end I'll say, well, it didn't work out the way JD was hoping it would. Maybe I'll look and say it worked out better than we all thought it would.
I have a feeling that this stuff is way more difficult than we could ever imagine to get figured out.
Can't be simple, man. Can't be simple. Steal Florida State and Clemson.
But you said you wanted to keep it. Oh, man, I forgot to ask him. I wanted to ask him if he was going to try to keep the Pac-12 to the West Coast.
I think they can say that, but let me just say this. If Florida State and Clemson
get
tired of suing the ACC,
come on over
and say, we'd like to play in the Pac-12, you'd probably have to consider it. So I don't know that he can answer that yet.
Yeah, I'd rather see
affirmatively one way or the other.
I'd rather see progress than nothing at all and staying where you're at.
This is progress, right?
Yeah, maybe next down the line, the next stop is the SEC for the Aztecs because of this.
I'll say this about the Aztecs and the SEC. I think we could kick Vanderbilt's butt. They're in the SEC.
I don't know if you could. Just kidding, of course. Vanderbilt was bad.
Wait a minute.
For the most part.
Did we not kick Alabama's butt in the game that mattered the most?
Okay, you're right.
In the history
if we're
of our
talking
program?
basketball, absolutely. I'll take the basketball team all day.
Darn right. Darn tootin'. Scrabe.
Darn tootin'. Darn tootin'.
Big Five's coming up here shortly.
So they have a college football playoff ticket, right? Is that what Tony's talking about with the golden ticket?
Well, the Pac-12?
Yes.
As long as they can get up to, 8 to 10 teams, I think they would still hold on to a spot, yes.
So that makes it worth it right there. Like Tony said yesterday, they have the golden ticket.
Right now they could win their conference and not be chosen because they're not the highest ranked team of all of the group of 5.
But if they did it in the Pac-6 or 10 or whatever, then they would maybe get the ticket.
Let's see how it all plays out.
I know, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
We are. Let's get the Padre lineup in because people stayed
that's
tuned
right.
in
I
to
forgot
find
about
out
that.
who that was. Tony Gwynn Jr. ought to be the manager of the Padres. He called it exactly. He said he thought David Peralta and Elias Diaz would be in there tonight, and they both are. Luis Ariz is moving to first base this evening. Ariz has a 10-game hit streak. In those 10 games, he's had multiple hits 6 times. This guy is kind of fun to watch.
He is fun to watch.
Fernando's batting second in right field. Profar's in left. Machado's at third. Cronenworth at second. Bogart's at short. Jackson Merrill in center. Peralta, DH. Elias Diaz, catcher. There's your lineup against Logan Webb and the Gigantes. I like what Tyler Wade said earlier about Manny Machado.
Oh, how it makes him angry?
Kind of makes me angry that he just makes it all look so easy over there picking up those ground balls.
I can understand that.
He does do it effortlessly.
He does. He
effortlessly.
really does. You're right.
Nobody should be able to pick up a ground ball that easily. All right, 7:15 is the start for the Padres and the Giants. That means Sammy Levitt's pregame show at 6:15.
Slacker's not even here yet.
Did you see the Arizona State football coach last night after the game? They played Texas State, I believe it was.
I think you're right, yeah.
Texas State.
At Texas State. The Bobcats.
Right. Arizona State football coach on the field after the game.
I didn't see any of this.
The guy doing the post-game interview on the field, a little hesitant because there was confusion at the end of the game as to how much time was on the clock.
Okay.
Was there still a second to go? Was the game over? Did Arizona State win? Or was there going to be another play? The guy's interviewing the Arizona State coach, who's obviously agitated because he's not sure what the referees are going to rule and where this is all going to come down. The guy asks him a question. Hey, how about the game? And blah, blah, blah. You came back and, you're proud of your team. Something like that. The guy goes, honestly, I'm only doing this interview so I don't get fined.
Oh.
Just told him straight up.
Oh.
I don't know if that was the kindest thing to say, but it was the most honest thing to say.
Sir, what? How hard is it to answer those questions?
He said what I just told you he said. He said,
he pulled Marshawn Lynch. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
I'm just here so I don't get fined. And then they put a second back on the clock. And then he went ballistic and started running after the referees. And anyway, it was all over. Arizona State ended up winning. And as they're broadcasting the finish of the game, this was my highlight. Not the coach telling the sideline guy that he's only doing the interview to avoid a fine. Here was the highlight for me. Arizona State was led tonight by quarterback Sam Levitt.
No way.
Yes way.
Sam Levitt does the Padres pre- and post-game show and plays quarterback for Arizona State.
You're wondering where he is right now. He's probably still flying back in.
He's practicing.
He's flying back in.
That's true. I didn't even think about
posting a victory last night for Arizona State.
I wonder, we got to ask Sam Levitt if he's ever met Sam Levitt.
All right. He's got the pregame show in about 45 minutes. We've got the Big Five next on Gwynn and Chris. Tony Gwynn Jr., San Francisco. Padres in San Francisco. Matt Scravey alongside Odyssey Palace Studios. We got to check some traffic, Scrape. Then we got a Big Five on our horizon here. Lots of good stuff to discuss
We
today.
do. Yes.
You ready for it?
I'm ready.
Just waiting for my cue?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like a dog being let out of a cage.
Go. I'm going to throw you a bone.
Throw it.
Fetch.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Drive-Thru Oil Change, your trusted instant drive-thru oil change. Got a few problems here, guys. Crash clearing on northbound side of the 5 past Carmel Valley Road. Another accident up ahead, clearing right past Delmar Heights Road. Just watch out for some residual slowing. Southbound 5 before Cassidy Street, reports of some large tire tread in lanes. Also southbound 15 before Felicita, being reports of a two-vehicle accident over to the right shoulder. Magnolia off-ramp, southbound 67, a crash. Stop by any of the 30 San Diego Valvoline Instant Oil Change Centers. You don't have to get out of your car. It usually only takes 15 minutes or less. Plus, get a free courtesy check of your tires and battery. Visit SoCalOilChange.com for directions and discounts. SoCalOilChange.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station. 97.3, The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
We are in the stretch run, guys, of the Padres season, as you know and as we've talked about. So I'm going to force you to predict something.
Number 5.
And it's going to be this. The Padres have 15 games to go, and they need to win to keep themselves in the playoff hunt. Chris, what is their record over the final 15?
How about 9-6? I mean, I think they're going to do fine. I don't think that they're going to have another streak like the one that carried them to the top of the wild card standings. But if those 9 wins are against the right opponents, and that would, I hope, include 2 out of 3 over the Diamondbacks at the end, I think they can still get where they want to go, which is the top wild card spot. I'm not going to predict any kind of collapse. I don't see how this team collapses. 15-2 is a little hard to, or 13-2, I guess, is hard to predict over 15 games. So solid 9-6, and let's take our chances in October.
All right, Tony, I know it's hard for you to predict, but what is their record over the final 15?
I think 10-5, 9-6 will be their records. 5 series left. Giants, Astros, White Sox, Dodgers, Arizona. That's 15 games. Yeah, I think they go 9-6. That's what I'll finish with. They go 9-6. They finish first or second, and we're either at home or my guess is in Arizona for a playoff series.
I would rather it be at home, so.
Number 4.
Just for my 2 cents on everything. Now, I know that we've talked Dolphins, but I do think we need to talk about this in the Big Five, and it's about Tua Tagovailoa leaving the game after his concussion. Now, this is the 3rd time he has been diagnosed with a concussion during the game. Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins don't want to speculate, but now the major talking point is Tua should retire, and his contract is a little confusing in regards to this. The deal includes $167 million guaranteed for injury, $43 million of which has been paid already this year. If he's medically cleared to return to football but opts to retire, he will forego the remaining $124 million guaranteed injury settlement that he'll get. If he's medically forced into retirement, he has a right to collect all of the $124 million remaining. So, Tony, what do you think is the best course of action for Tua going forward?
Whatever Tua thinks the best course of action is for Tua. I love that everybody is concerned and, want the best for his well-being moving forward, but it's none of our decisions. And, it's one thing to be asked, what advice would you give him? It's different to me to just be weighing in and throwing your opinion out there when it's not even close to being anybody's decision. I think in all of these cases, none of it is straightforward, right? You get a concussion. One guy may have 6 concussions and bounces back, and it's not that big a deal. Another guy may have 1, and it takes him a full year to recover. And so, it's always scary to see those type of deals. But, I think ultimately the decision will be left up to Tua and how he feels about it moving forward.
Chris, what do you think Tua should do?
Well, first of all, the irony is not lost on me that the guy he ran into was Damar Hamlin.
That is a crazy part of the story.
Damar Hamlin had every person on earth decide what he should do with his future before he was ever even out of the hospital. Damar Hamlin has decided the best thing for him to do is to strap back the pads and go back and play football. That's what he wants to do in the face of, nearly dying out on a football field. A lot of people thought he should never take that risk again. But you know what? Some people might, do something, whatever it is, dangerous, climb a mountain face or something and have a terrible injury, and they might want to get back up and climb back up that mountain again. And other people might say, no, that scared me too much. I'm not doing it again. You just don't know what's going on in his mind. So Tony's right. This is going to be his decision. I think the doctors are going to have a huge part in it. I think they'll give him as much information as they can. My guess, I watch this guy play probably as close as anybody. He tries to make plays even when they're not there.
Yep.
Including the pick 6 that he threw last night, including the play he got hurt on. Yep. That was a 4th down play. He knew that if there was any prayer of getting back in the game, he had to put his head down and get the first down. Everybody keeps saying, well, he should have slid. But he can't do that if he cares about trying to still win the game. And that's what drives this guy. Yep. So I do think that if he's medically cleared, I do think he'll want to come back and play some more. I just think that is where it will wind up. But for me to sit here and speculate what he should do, it's way too early, and there's not enough information, being had. If a doctor tells him, Tua, you get hit like that one more time, you're going to go, you're going to have irreparable damage. Then, he'd be an idiot not to step out.
Right.
So it's a tough question. It's just too early.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how doctors handle this because it determines a lot for both sides.
A lot of money on the line.
I think we're putting far too much on this because it's Tua. You know what I'm saying? Like, he isn't different from a lot of football players who have multiple concussions. I think the issue is when you have these concussions and then you start getting hit lighter and you're all of a sudden still having these. That was a pretty hard car accident that he got into right there. It wasn't like he got tapped. So this is, anybody who, whether you had a concussion or not, could be concussed in that very same play. I think we are putting a lot more on this because it's Tua and he's had a couple of these. But he's not the first guy to have multiple concussions and come back and play.
Troy Aikman had, to his count, 8 to 12 concussions, maybe more.
Probably more,
right? Yeah, he doesn't even know some of the ones he had.
Steve Young had a lot of concussions.
And, these guys are doing fine at this point in their lives. We don't know, but it's Tony's right. It's different for everybody. We just don't know yet.
Well, Antonio Brown weighed in and said that he should retire.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Well, then
number 3.
Your decision's been made for
right
you.
There. AB.
AB is making decisions. We've heard of tipping pitches, but I don't know I have ever heard of the catcher tipping his own pitcher's pitches.
So glad you brought this up.
The Minnesota Twins released minor leaguer Derek Bender yesterday after the single-A catcher tipped pitches to opposing hitters. An official with direct knowledge of the situation confirmed. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity due to the sensitivity of the situation after ESPN was first to report on everything. According to the report, Bender, playing for this is one of my favorite names, Fort Myers Mighty Muscles, told multiple hitters on the Lakeland Flying Tigers what kind of pitches were coming from starter Ross Dunn on September 6th. No reason has been given as to why he did this. But, Chris, how bad is this?
Yeah, no, there's definitely been a reason.
Oh, it's okay. So the article I read earlier today, there was no reason. But what's the reason?
The reason was reportedly because he wanted the season to end. He did not want his team to go further.
I'm sorry, what?
The games had playoff implications, and he was ready to go home.
I'm stunned. Stunned.
That might be the excuse he gave, and it is a little stunning. Let me ask you this. Do they have betting odds on these minor league games somewhere?
I mean, let me go look. But
I don't know if they do. And I'm just throwing it out there because the only thing I can think of that would get me to do something that idiotic or get somebody to do something that idiotic would be if there's some sort of gambling angle on this. Or
What's
maybe
the
he
question?
just
'Cause
really doesn't like.
Well, the question changes because I didn't know that he did.
All right, well, what do you
for that
got?
reason.
What was your original question?
Well, how bad is this? Thinking like,
okay,
but now that I know that he did it for a reason and to hurt his team, like, does he never gets a baseball job again, right?
No, he's out of baseball, and he probably wants to be out of baseball. It sounds like I'm gonna give Tony the crack at
you
this.
sound like you got a lot.
I
Tony.
gave you my
I do.
my
I
2
got
cents. So.
I got a lot on this because he's not the first player to be accused of this. It happened. I won't say the guy's name. He's long retired by now, but he was accused of giving fellow countrymen the signs, and he got ratted out by the umpire who happened to know Spanish, and he told the coaches, and it happened, if I'm not mistaken, in the Padre organization back in the day. However, that guy also went on to become a big leaguer and played, quite a few years. So I think it might be a little quick to say that he never plays again. I will share this with you. I got drafted in 2003 of June 2003. And remember, I had played a whole college season prior to that. So you roll into June, you finish the rest of the season. It's a lot of baseball for the first time you've ever played. And I will admit this. We got to the end of the season, and I was gassed. And I remember sharing with Prince. I remember Prince sharing with me, like, man, I do not want to go to the playoffs. I'm ready to go home. But once the game started, your competitive juices flow. And the last thing you want to do is be making outs on purpose. No matter how tired and much I wanted to go home, once we laced them cleats up, all that went away. And we ended as much as we didn't want to go, we ended up going all the way to the championship before we lost. So, that thought is not one that is, especially for guys in their first year, as this guy was, is not one that is a rarity. However, to then actually go through with those thoughts is a completely different thing. And I mean, how stupid do you have to be? And I'm being honest. Like, you worked your rear end off to be a 6th round pick. You got 6 figures out of working your rear end off to possibly be a big leaguer one day, only to then risk throwing it away because you couldn't play an extra, I don't know, another month of the season, maybe. It's beyond just dumb. But I only said that because he is not the first person that this has happened to.
I mean, I do understand the psychology of it, but what I don't understand is following through on it.
Exactly, exactly. It's we all have thoughts that are fleeting and are unacceptable and or spur of the moment.
Yeah, when the guy walks in front of you in the crosswalk and you go, maybe I'll just knock this guy off here.
Exactly.
Oh, man,
we
don't
then follow through with it, right?
Yeah,
like.
Right.
I think that's kind of the point here.
It's a daydream.
Yeah.
I totally get being tired. I've been there. I was there. But, once I got to the field and I put the cleats on, I'm like, and it's time to get in the on-deck circle, like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I ain't going out like that. Like, I'm not just going to make outs. Like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, even if I wanted to.
I want to hear from those opposing hitters when they're like, did you just say curveball? Okay.
Be a little surprised.
Yeah, that would be surprising. Wow. Did not expect for that to be the reason.
Yeah. If this guy takes one more step slower across this crosswalk, that's it.
I'm pushing him into traffic.
Oh, yes. I've thought that way too many times, guys.
Number 2.
Like, I mean, we've all had somebody cut you off, and you'd be like, oh, I just want to run right into the back of this guy's vehicle, but you don't do it.
Yeah, if you had that's when you want to have a rental car. A rental car.
You want to have either a grill or a rental car.
Yeah. And then what you do is you follow them home, and then you sit outside their house for a little bit, and then you tell them that they
you
were
extrapolate this all the way out.
Never mind. That's not what I do, everybody. This is also a bad story. Georgia cornerback Daniel Harris became the latest Bulldog to be arrested for driving violations last night. He was cited for numerous offenses, including having no proof of insurance, materials that reduce visibility on his windows or windshield, driving without a seatbelt, having an unregistered vehicle, and reckless driving. He was released shortly before midnight after posting $10 bail on each of those charges. Per the incident report obtained by the Athens Banner Herald, he was cited for going over 100 miles an hour while passing 2 other cars in the rain. So this is not the first time a Georgia football player has been in trouble for driving-related incidents. Since offensive lineman Devin Willock and recruiting staffer Chandler LaCroix were killed in a street racing-related crash in January 2023. Over 25 people from the program have been arrested or cited for driving-related offenses. Tony, I didn't really know what to ask here, but are the collective incidents going to be a stain on head coach Kirby Smart's legacy?
Yes, they are going to be. Just ask Urban Meyer, right? He had all those incidents that kind of got pushed under the rug at Florida. Then he went to the next place, and it seems like it started up there as well. I think these things can have a lasting effect if there's no change, right? I mean, I use Urban Meyer as an example because at Utah it's pretty quiet. I can't remember very many incidents, if any, there. But went to Florida, it started to pile up. Then he went to Ohio State, and more things started to pile up. And what it seems like is if you're not careful and you're having the type of success that these coaches have, some of the things like this fall through the cracks early. And then they become bigger issues, right? Or you start to have bigger issues. And then it's tough to kind of rebound from that. I think after Urban left Utah, it went what, Florida, the Ohio State, and then the Jags were the last kind of straw. Did he coach anywhere else in between there that I'm missing?
I don't think so.
Wasn't he with like Youngstown?
No, he started his career at Bowling Green.
Bowling Green, that's it.
Ahead of Utah.
So I mean, yes, these things can start to fall you. And 25 is, and they all seem. I mean, listen, you've already lost 2. There's already been 2 lives lost. It really under the watch of Kirby Smart, and then you have all of these repeated driving violations. I don't know what it is about the Bulldogs and driving. Somebody hasn't. How are they getting licenses? They know how to drive.
Well, he didn't have one.
He didn't have one. Yeah.
No, they're not getting licenses apparently.
No, he had no proof of insurance.
It just seems like you have to start. Part of your job as a head coach, Chris and I have talked about this, is you also are molding or trying to mold young men to be productive citizens. And it's not that he's not doing that, but there are quite a few in his programs that are falling short of that. And so, I'm all for guys making mistakes, but when it seems like a program is having the same mistakes over and over again that you don't see every program having, I think antennas start to kind of come out the head a little bit.
Chris, is this going to be a stain on Kirby Smart's legacy?
I think it's going to be part of it. This is a bigger problem, obviously, than just Georgia. I can't believe that, nobody gets arrested at any other school. Georgia is the most high-profile school, so that may have a little something to do with it. Henry Ruggs went to Alabama. Tyreek Hill drives like a maniac.
Oklahoma State.
Yeah, Oklahoma State. Who was the other guy I was thinking? The Rashee Rice last year. I mean, there's a lot of, and that's only football. True. But there's a lot of these athletes and people in general. I don't think everybody who whizzes by me at 120 miles an hour on the freeway is a pro athlete. So I shouldn't blame it all on pro athletes.
No?
Unfortunately, a lot of these people feel, that they're indestructible, athletes or not. And obviously this kid is among those. If I was Kirby Smart, though, and I don't know that he's capable of this because he seems ultra competitive, but it's high time that he starts taking some of these guys down off the roster or at least out of playing time. You've got to threaten something that's going to mean something to these kids. And to get up there and say the next guy that gets pulled over for something, I don't care what the circumstance, you're not playing for 5 games. Again, it may not stop it, but that's the only thing I think he can do, and I don't know that he's done that.
Yeah, I think ultimately the same things that makes these guys great are the same things that can get them into trouble at times, and you got to find a way to kind of harness that, if you will.
Yes.
Number 1.
As I almost knocked my computer off the desk. Shohei Ohtani is 3 home runs and 2 stolen bases away from becoming the first player to ever go 50-50. And according to Bram Wachter, head of Modern Collectibles, he said the 50th home run ball could fetch upwards of $200,000. So people are paying a lot of money for these tickets in the outfield of these Dodgers games. Now, I'm not going to ask about the price of the ball or anything, but Chris, he's currently 3 home runs and 2 stolen bases, as I said. What does he finish with?
Well, he's still got a series in Colorado to end the season. So if it gets worrisome for him, he's got that as a fallback.
That's a good point.
His last 3 games. I think they also have one at home against them. A series at home. He's going to go 52, 50. I think once he gets to 50 stolen bases, I think he's going to save his legs for the playoffs. I don't know that he'll push that unless it's something, in a hit and run. So I wouldn't be surprised if he lands right on 50 stolen bases. But home runs, he's going over. He's going to hit 5 or 6 more. And it's going to be something we've never seen. And it's going to win him the MVP award. And he may not be the last guy to do it, but he's going to forever be the first to do it. And I even read something in the LA Times yesterday, guys, from our friend Bill Plaschke. And Plaschke gets out on the limb sometimes.
Yes, he does.
What's Plaschke had to say?
Plaschke's suggestion is if the Dodgers need 3 outs in the playoffs or World Series, it's high time for Shohei to start pitching again and get some key outs.
Interesting.
Apparently, he might be close enough to being able to do that.
He's been throwing off the mound in the bullpen.
So, maybe that's a weapon that the Dodgers still have that we don't know about. But I thought I'd bring it up.
Ooh.
But, yeah, he's going 50-50, and he deserves to do it. He's been absolutely incredible.
Tony, what does he finish with?
51-50.
Wow, just barely getting it.
Yeah,
I think you start to press when you know you have these things, and it usually prolongs these situations. So, I think it's 51-50. It'll probably be Homer 51, Bags 50. I think Chris is right. Once he gets to 50 bags, he might shut it down. But I do think for everybody who goes through these things, that pressure starts to mount, and there's going to be like a Homer watch or a bag watch. It's going to be at the bottom of the screens. We're going to be, and I think as we get towards the end, I think that's going to weigh on him, and so I think he'll get to it, but I think it won't be he won't blow the record out the door.
Understand one more thing about how hard it is to hit a home run. I mean, these guys make it look easy. Aaron Judge has not homered in 3 weeks.
That's exactly what made me think of this.
And that's Aaron Judge.
Right.
So, you can't Bonds was the only guy I've ever seen who could do it, Tony, that says, I feel like hitting a home run, and there it went. Ohtani, it's going to be tougher than maybe people think.
All right. That is it for the Big Five. We still have an hour and 15 minutes to go. It's a little bit of a later Gwynn and Chris today.
Let's go.
So I don't know what's going to happen in
Bring
the final
something
hour.
to the table, will you?
Me?
You.
No, it's Friday.
All right.
Let's just kick back and relax. So we'll figure out what's going on in the 5 p.m. hour. We'll get you set, though, for this opening game between the Giants and Padres on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It's the happy hour in 15 minutes of Gwynn and Chris. Yeah, you're not going anywhere, Scraby. Your weekend's on hold, pal.
I knew this was coming. I prepared for some stories down the stretch.
Yes, we are going till 6:15 today. That's when Sammy Levitt takes over for the Padre pregame show. The Eco Water, SoCal, Padre pregame show. Among other things, Sammy Levitt will tell us that Logan Webb has a 1.91 career ERA against the Padres at Oracle Park. And so that is the challenge for the Friars tonight, needing victories, with it all coming down to the nitty-gritty, as it were, Scrabe.
Yeah.
15 games left in this season.
There was a point in the season where we didn't know if the Padres would still be in it with 15 left. They were under 500.
Yeah, they were kind
almost to the All-Star break.
They kept bobbing up and down. They'd stick their head above water, then they'd sink down below again.
Yep.
Never to be seen again, we would think.
Never to be seen.
But they managed to right the ship and get where they are. Do you want some score updates?
Sure.
How about Mets 6, Phillies nothing, top of the 5th?
Ugh.
How's that sound for you?
Like, how did the Mets... I thought we didn't even have to deal with this.
How does this sound for you? Braves 5, Dodgers nothing, top of the 3rd.
That sounds good.
It does? No. The Braves are the team we're trying to hold off to get into the playoffs.
But you could also try and win the division.
So you're going to root for the Braves then this weekend?
Because I don't see the Braves with staying power.
Okay, Braves lead the die. There you go, though. Those are your scores. 6-0 Mets, 5-0 Braves. As of now, not exactly a lot of help for the Padres. Diamondbacks play later against the Brew Crew.
Brew Crew.
And then the Padres later on this evening, late night baseball, take on the San Francisco Giants. Here is some of the news of the day. If you're just tuned in, Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Miami Dolphins, says, let's just wait before we tell Tua that he should or should not retire. Seems to make sense in the wake of his 3rd concussion suffered in last night's game. There's really no update on his condition other than to say, yes, he did suffer concussion. He will not play in the next game. I think that is almost all but been announced. They play in week 3 at Seattle.
Oh, some people are putting it up in the air like he's got 11 days.
No, he's not going to play in that game. But he may be gone for a week or two. He could be gone for a month or two. He may never play again. It is possible. It depends a lot on what doctors say. Depends a lot on what people in his family, those around him say.
Like we just talked about it. These doctors have a very expensive decision for one person.
Explain it again. If you didn't hear the Big Five, he's due how much money?
Let me see.
If the doctors say you have to retire.
So here it is.
Then the Dolphins owe him how much money?
So he just signed that big deal. The deal includes $167 million guaranteed for injury, $43 million of which has already been paid in 2024. If he's medically cleared to return to football but instead opts to retire, he forgoes the remaining $124 million guaranteed, barring a settlement with the team. If he's medically forced into retirement, he has the right to collect $124 million. So a doctor says, you can never play again. I'm not going to clear you.
That was a $124 million statement by that doctor.
I gotta think.
What doctor are you gonna listen to?
I gotta think.
Right? I mean, who's the official guy?
Who's that? The doctor in that movie? Any given James? Is it James Woods?
Oh. Get him in there?
Yeah. Is that the doctor that's going to be deciding whether Tua can play or not?
Is it Dr. Doolittle? Who actually gets the call?
Is it Bradford Doolittle?
Whoever gets the ESPN writer.
Yes.
Does he get to decide whether Tua can play or not?
It's got to be like a independent neurologist, right?
I would think somebody very independent would have to determine that, but that is the state of affairs for Tua. But there is some other NFL news that is, I think, as probably more noteworthy, being your guy, Christian McCaffrey. If you're just tuned in, he's out again this Sunday, will not play. And the injured reserve list is now under consideration. Scraby's contacting all of his people in the know with the 49ers, some of whom say that's just being careful.
Yep.
Others who say, no, they're actually worried this could be longer term.
It's been an issue for him in the past, and Kyle Shanahan said earlier in the week too, if that was a playoff game on Monday night, he would have played.
That's what he said then, but
now we're looking at 4 games IR.
But I kind of question that now, because if he could have played Monday night, how are you already ruling him out for this game? Did he get worse this week? Just sitting around?
Maybe. He said Thursday was his worst day. Like, how could Thursday be your worst day? You've been past this.
Did his new bride give him some honeydews that caused more discomfort for the calf?
Possibly. We don't know.
We don't know. All right, so that's big. Kenneth Walker, running back Seahawks. Doubtful, and probably even a little more than that for the game Seattle against New England. So you may want to bench him. And the other guy that I just find this, crazy, but Jordan Love has been yet to be ruled out for the Packers against the Colts. They're still holding out hope, Matt LaFleur is, that either we will believe his deceiving ways or maybe he really feels like Jordan Love can play. Jaden Reed, by the way, the other Packers, the budding superstar, was added to the injury report. Questionable now for that game.
Really?
Something to keep a little eye on.
Wow.
All right, so there's your NFL stuff. We gave you the baseball scoreboard update. We had JD Wicker on San Diego State to talk about the Aztecs' move to the Pac-12. Those are all of the big things that are going on. Padres, we gave you the scores, so we know what's at stake. Got to go out, probably win tonight, because otherwise you're going to lose ground to the Mets, lose ground to the Braves, who are both winning by at least 5 runs in their games. I want to get this story, and are we going to do Tyler Wade, our Friar Friday interview with him, in the next segment?
Sure.
And then what are we going to do? We're kind of up in the air. We can't really bring Sammy Levitt in because he's too busy.
Sure.
We're here for like another hour.
Yes, we are.
Do you have anything prepared?
Well,
because
I was joking before.
Adam thought it would be really funny if, since our show is extended tonight, that you host a couple segments as if it were the Chronicles and I be your guest.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It would be funny, but it's a lot of moving parts just to make funny. 10 minutes happen.
It would be funny. Baseball coverage on 97.3 The Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits. Still save money on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use our savings calculator to find out how. T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, I'm going to go with this story because I've been looking forward to it for like an hour and a half. It's not a breaking news story. That's why I didn't do it. Ooh,
sorry, Chris.
Good idea by you, Scraby.
Yeah.
I just teased a really fun story, and I'm going to make you wait to hear it.
We have more time on the other side.
Scraby, learning how this radio business works.
Yeah.
Check traffics, he says first. Then I'll tell you this pretty... want to know, because during the show, here's a couple of little behind-the-scenes things. Here we are on YouTube for those that we don't really promote it a lot anymore, but we should remind everybody we're always on YouTube.
Hey, please follow or subscribe to the station and like our video stream.
Okay. Yeah, YouTube, hit the like button. That helps everybody involved. But yeah, you can watch us on YouTube. Look for Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan, whatever it is. I know a lot of people still like to listen on the radio, feel much more comfortable.
Yeah.
But a lot of people really do like the YouTube. Here's one thing about the YouTube. When you watch on the YouTube, correct me if I'm wrong, Scraby.
What?
There's a chat stream that is going along with the video footage of us.
Correct.
I don't see any of this chat when I'm doing the show.
And I can't tell if I want you to or not.
Yeah, I don't, because I don't want to get distracted.
Like what you're probably about to say about me?
Yes, you get distracted. And the reason you get distracted is I don't want everybody to take this the wrong way and get mad at me. But some of you people write really, really dumb stuff on the chat.
Okay, dumb is not the word. Outlandish is the word.
Okay, better word. Outlandish.
Because
some of the stuff is really crazy outlandish, and I wonder if they just write it to try to get everybody's attention, but it sure gets your attention.
Well,
Scraby gets so angry between commercial breaks. He's like, yeah.
Well, there's some people that will fight with me on the chat, and then I just give up.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying that this person was wrong. I don't know if they're still on the chat, but they had a huge problem with the Aztecs taking the Pac-6 deal of saying it's just a minimal gain for the school and it's a terrible deal.
So that's their opinion.
And so I was trying to go back and forth with this person, but they were convinced that this is a bad deal.
Right.
So I kind of got rid of that.
All right, so that's at least their opinion. But the last guy that you were telling me about wants Brent Rooker back. He wants Cal Quantrill back. He wants Josh Naylor back.
Let's give Buddy the time. All right. Something to discuss, Buddy says on the chat.
This is Buddy chatting.
Brent Rooker, 2023, listed stats, 30 home runs. 2024, 34 home runs so far. Worst trade by A.J. Preller or Josh Naylor, 2023, 308, 17 home runs. 2024 All-Star break, whatever, I don't care. Cal Quantrill, 2021, for Mike Clevenger. Mike Clevenger on the injured list most of the time. Discuss amongst yourselves, is what Buddy said.
Brent Rooker had 2 games with the Padres, 7 at-bats, struck out 4 times. Don't know what we really could have gleaned by that. He went to Kansas City. He had 25 at-bats. He had no home runs there. Had 4 hits, hit 160. Out of nowhere in 2023, he flourished with the A's. And 36 home runs this year is pretty good. I'll say that for Brent Rooker.
Yeah.
But it's revisionist history.
Yes,
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's not
And
here
at the
anymore.
time,
Why should I be worried about people that aren't here anymore? Josh Naylor moved along. Dylan Cease. You can go all. This is what happens when you do these things.
You never bring up the people that
it's
are good
never
for
a dead even trade either. Wasn't it Waldron who came in the Cleveland trade, or somebody came in the Cleveland trade that allowed us to get this guy or that guy or the other guy?
Waldron did come back in the player to be named later portion of a trade.
And Brent Rooker was selected. Let's see, Cam Gallagher. It was a bad trade. Whatever.
Brent
there's
Rooker
so many good trades that AJ Preller's made, and so many bad ones. So there you go.
And I guess I don't get upset.
Thus is the life. I hate to tell you, of every general manager in baseball.
Yeah.
Don't know one that hasn't hit and missed on a bunch of them.
Yes, and you have to also look at where the team was at during the time that they traded. Like Brent Rooker, who none of us thought Brent Rooker was going to be
terrible trade.
A 34 home run, 108 RBI guy.
36 home runs, 298 average.
And he doesn't get that playing time unless he finds his way to the A's.
True that.
So you never know what's going to happen.
Well, let me ask this. Where would you rather have Brent Rooker on this team? Instead of Solano? Instead of Profar? Instead of Merrill? Instead of Tatis? Where would you rather have him? He's an outfielder DH. So where would he go? Would you rather have him instead of a Rise? I'm just saying, there's all kinds of little things that go into this stuff. Everybody has to trade a bunch of people to get people. Some are good, some don't work. Right now, this Padre team is good. Why are we wasting time complaining about trades that didn't work out?
I agree with you.
I'd be much more inclined to do it if the season was kind of hanging in the balance.
It's not,
but it's not.
It's not
at the moment.
And I like to go back and forth with people because I think people have good opinions.
Mm-hmm.
But when you tell me that I'm wrong, I'm done. I'm out. Because if I'm going to listen to you and your stupid opinion and you're not going to take my stupid opinion, then I'm out. Langdon says, dumb is the right word, Chris.
Thank you, Langdon. All right, here's my story of the day.
Oh, yes.
This is my story of the day. And I'm trying to look at this and not be mad. But let's just go back to the world of wagering stakes.
Stakes.
As you said earlier, stake is now a new word for betting.
It's a new, safer,
I have a stake
less
in the
scary
game.
word.
Yes, I have a stake in the game. Last night, the University of South Alabama, Division I football team, I think they're in the Sun Belt Conference. We played them once down there with the Aztecs. Went all the way down to wherever that was in Alabama and played them. They played last night a Division II or whatever school, Northwestern State. And Scraby and I joked about it on our Daily Gambit yesterday. South Alabama was favored by 37 points. So I thought, all right, let's have fun with this. Then we decided, who cares? This doesn't mean anything. So we didn't even pick the game.
But then I looked.
Here's the deal. I'm sure a lot of people, being unable to stay away from the gamble, bet on this game last night. Final score of the game, South Alabama 87, Northwestern State 10. Say it again.
Yeah.
South Alabama 87, Northwestern State 10.
See, isn't this fun to talk about it? That's why I like these lopsided scores in the beginning of the year.
All right, here we go with the story this is where this gets crazy, though. If you bet South Alabama and you gave 37 points, you won the bet by 6 touchdowns. You, the South Alabama bettor.
Yes.
You won the bet by 6 touchdowns. There was no way that you could lose that bet. Except for this. With the score 87-10, the onslaught was so bad that the coaches of both teams agreed to shorten the fourth quarter by 6 minutes. In doing that, it resulted in only 54 minutes of gameplay instead of 60.
Mm-hmm.
That ended up being the key. College football sports books like DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, others have house rules that state, and I quote, there must be 5 minutes or less of scheduled game time left for bets to have action. What the other words for that is, you have to play at least 55 minutes of a football game for it to be legit and count. If you only play 54 minutes, all wagers are void.
This is a scam.
Can you believe that? Can you imagine? If you bet South Alabama, let's say you bet $100,000. I don't know how much people bet on this stuff.
I bet $200,000 in South Alabama.
Oh, yes, you did. And you're up 87-10. And these coaches shortened the game by 6 minutes, and now the game is void. And it says it in the rules. I don't even think you can get Rocco to help you get your money here.
Oh, Rocco would get the money.
Oh, he wouldn't be happy about it, but I don't think you can get the money. It's the rules. I've never heard of that a game has to be a certain amount of time. Have you?
No.
Did you ever even think about it?
No, because
never thought about it
this
before.
tells you exactly how much the odds are stacked against you, because every rule setup is to benefit the sports book.
Well, look, hey, on the other side, if you bet on Northwestern State and you took 37 points,
you still lost.
No, you didn't. They would have saved you. Your bet was void. All bets are void.
Yeah.
No matter what side you had. But South Alabama, according to the sports books, did not win that game by 77 points. The bet was void.
Katrina says, Rocco going to get them kneecaps.
That is a hang with them right there. Imagine you got the bet won, and the coaches shorten the game. And who even knew that rule? Apparently now, earlier this season, when Arkansas played Arkansas Pine Bluff, they won 70-0. Teams decided to shorten that game by 10 minutes. So BetMGM DraftKings voided all bets in that game as well. Georgia beat Tennessee Tech 48-3. In that game, the coaches shortened the fourth quarter by 5 minutes, which made it exactly 55 minutes, which meant all of the bets were okay.
Yeah, this is a scam.
I'm going to tell you something, man.
This is a scam.
The betting world has to get the message to coaches and officials around the country. If you're going to shorten a game because it's a blowout, you can only shorten it by 5 minutes. You shorten it by 6 minutes, you're voiding all of the wagers on the game.
I'm sure that's going to work.
I didn't say it was going to work or not. I'm saying that what if Rocco is sitting up in the crowd and he's lost this bet because he bet Northwestern State? All he has to do is go down on the field and tell the coaches, I'm going to break your kneecap if you don't shorten this game by 6 minutes. That's all you got to do. And they shorten the game by 6 minutes, the bet is void.
So Rocco is just like sitting in the stands with the bat.
Yeah.
I have the bat now.
You got the bat now?
So he's just like this in the stands. Like,
yeah, better shorten this game by 6 minutes or else. That's it.
Hey, Rocco, put down that bat. Nope.
Not until you shorten the game by 6 minutes.
Exactly.
Because I'm not paying this wager. That's a weird, it's not weird, but it's something that I'm sure most people don't know. Who knew this?
There's got to be other rules that we don't know about.
Yeah.
That one day we'll find out about.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense because you know this could happen to a game like that, and so you want to protect yourself.
I never thought about it, though, that
you're
they
a
would
sports book.
I would never think about a game that they shortened the game, and even so, 87-10, it wasn't going to change the outcome.
No.
Which is why they shortened the game in the first place.
So you should just win the bet. That is crazy.
Not
and
according
ridiculous.
to the sports books. All the wagering is void because the game did not go 55 minutes. I don't know. Let that one sink in a little bit.
Should we be kind of happy this is in place?
No,
kind of teaches the bettors to not bet?
Nothing's ever going to teach the bettors not to bet.
The stakers?
The stakers. They're going to bet no matter what. Look, if you're betting on a South Alabama Northwestern State in the first place, what is that telling us about you to begin with?
Perfectly sane and controlled person.
Yes, sir. Perfectly in control of your actions 100% there.
I have met many people that bet on South Alabama.
I haven't, but I imagine if they're out there, they're not
I
happy.
haven't either, Chris.
They're not happy today. More Gwynn and Chris coming up, including our Friar Friday interview with Tyler Wade. Stick around.
Coming.
Chris, till about 6:15. We're going to hear from Mike Schilt live, or not live, but just a few moments ago from San Francisco. Get the latest on the state of affairs with the Padres from Mike Schilt. And then after that, we'll have our Friar Friday interview with Tyler Wade. And then right after 6 o'clock, we're going to tell you who is being rumored right now to take the place of the concussed and injured Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. Some of the names are kind of like, Some of them are, and one of them is like, no way. We'll tell you who's being rumored to be maybe going to Miami for Tua.
I also got to tell you about some fun stories as well. On that.
We'll have some more stuff, too, at 6 o'clock. Yeah. But first up, a check of traffic, and then tell me what Mike Schilt had to say today in San Francisco, Scrabe.
From the 97.3 Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a two-car collision on eastbound 52 before Santo Road. It's got the fast lane blocked and an accident clearing from the Murray Ridge off-ramp to southbound 805. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Dylan going today. What are you looking for as he tries to get himself dialed in for your final stretch here?
Yeah, when Dylan's good, he's on the plate, and he's good with the slider that's strike out of hand, strike in the zone, strike under, strike a little, maybe a little off with the slider. But when he's at the top of his fastball and his slider's on the plate or under the zone, pretty darn special.
He's obviously on this streak that he's been on, but it's kind of just who he is as a hitter playing out over a long stretch of time. What he does, like how much do you think is tied is his skill set, and how much of it is his approach? If those are two separate things.
I think they're both married, but the skill set, if you don't have that, then the approach isn't going to matter as much. But the approach is clearly important. Had a guy, Gene Tennis, was our hitting instructor for a long time. Side note, Gino went to 7 World Series, won all of them. 4 as a player and 3 as a coach. And he would talk about, good approach, good swing, elite hitter. And that's Louis.
What's the latest with Kim as far as potential schedule for when he gets back to, trying to ramp back up?
Yeah, he's going to get back on the field. Day off yesterday, day off from throwing the day before. So my understanding he's going to play some catch a day. I don't know if that's changed or not, so don't hold my feet to the fire on that one. But we'll evaluate what he looks like today and how he throws and see how he's able to take that next step.
Is he kind of starting over with throwing, or is he going to get back to where he was pretty quickly?
He's starting over to a point. He's not on the field, so not throwing across. That part is starting over, but he's not starting from an absolute 60-foot progression. But he definitely has gone back a little bit in his throwing intensity.
All right, there you go, Mike Schilt. Guest appearances there by Mike Pomeranz, AJ Cassavell, and Dennis Lynn.
What about the song Barracuda?
I missed that. Okay. By Heart.
Oh, that's why I didn't want to say it, but I thought it was Heart.
It was Heart. The singer is Ann Wilson.
Okay.
Her sister Nancy Wilson, the great guitar player, lead guitar on Heart, or one of the lead guitars, and Nancy Wilson married to Cameron Crowe. Yeah. There's all the Heart knowledge you'll ever need.
I had no idea what waters I was wading into when I brought up that.
Yes, you brought Heart up. By the way, Mike Schilt in that piece brought up the name of Gene Tennis. I don't know if you heard it.
I did.
Said he was in the World Series 7 times, 4 times as a player, 3 times as a coach, and won all 7 World Series. Gene Tennis was a coach in St. Louis. That's where Mike Schilt was referring to him from.
So he knows the history.
But here's the thing with Gene Tennis. Gene Tennis.
Wait, his name is Tennis, but he was a baseball.
Tenace. Gene Tennis.
Okay.
He's a catcher, first baseman. He got his first 3 World Series championships as a member of the Oakland A's, 72, 3, and 4, and then picked up 1 more as a player, 3 more as a coach. Here's the thing about Gene Tennis that I find interesting. If you look at the career leaderboard for the San Diego Padres in hitting, number 1, at bats, Tony Gwynn. Total bases, Tony Gwynn. RBIs, Tony Gwynn. Singles, Tony Gwynn. Walks, Tony Gwynn. Doubles, Tony Gwynn. You're getting the idea. Batting average, Tony Gwynn. Games, Tony Gwynn. Hits, Tony Gwynn. Stolen bases, Tony Gwynn. right? It's all Tony Gwynn, except for one category. Well, home runs. Man, he's there. But here's the one category that Tony's not number one. All-time on-base percentage for the Padres, Gene Tennis, 403. Tony Gwynn, second, 388. Tennis qualified. Yeah, he played for the Padres for a few years as a catcher and had a 403 on-base percentage. Used to draw a ton of walks. And he's the only – it's like the only category that you can call up where Tony's not on top in the Padre annals.
That is interesting because you would think with all the hitting he did, he would have a good on-base percentage.
Who?
Tony Gwynn.
He does. He's second.
No, I know, but you would think he would be the best just because that's what he does.
Gene Tennis, number one for the Padres on that one. All right.
Are we going to gloss over the fact that Ha-Seong Kim does not sound anywhere near ready to come back to this team?
It's a repeat. I mean, we can say the same thing we've been saying.
Yeah. All right, fine. Let's gloss over.
Well, I'm not going to gloss over. I'm just going to say what I've been saying. Is the minute Xander Bogaerts moved to shortstop, to me, that was the end of the season for Ha-Seong Kim.
Yeah, true.
I don't think they'd move Xander there with the idea that he would move back.
That's a good point.
And so that's why I'm reading between the lines, but I don't think they expect that old Ha-Seong Kim's going to be back.
Old Ha-Seong
Kim. Good old HSK.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're never going to get to chant Ha-Seong Kim in the Padre Petco Park ever again, unless you chant it when he plays on another team. I don't think he's coming back next year. I'd be surprised.
And
I know yesterday I said I don't want to talk about next year because I'm more interested in what's going on now. So I'm being hypocritical. But he's just not somebody I'd pay $30 million or something to bring back.
No, I'm seeing like 5 years, $100 million.
Okay, well,
you're gonna pay that guy $20 million a year?
No, I wouldn't. All right, here's a guy that is not going to get that kind of money, but he should. Well, he'd love to hear you say that. But he has been a key guy for the Padres all year long. Whenever they've needed something from Tyler Wade, they've gotten it. He was our Tony and mine's Friar Friday interview. And indeed, something we look forward to, of course, every single week here on Gwynn and Chris, our Friar Friday interview. And today, one of the real good guys, Tyler Wade, joins us from San Francisco. Padres getting ready to take on the Giants tonight, start a 3-game series. And Tyler, first of all, how are you? Second of all, how is this team? Take us a little bit behind the scenes and give us give us the pulse of this thing with 15 games to go. Is it a little different than earlier in the year?
Yeah, man, I'm great. Had a good off day yesterday. Beautiful day here in San Fran. Not too cold, which is always nice. But yeah, dude, the team's great, man. I feel like we've had the same vibe all year, which is very special and unique. And I think that's what makes this group super special and what makes us so dangerous is we come to the ballpark every single day with a new slate, and we just try to focus on the day and win today. So, yeah, man, vibes are great. Boys are buzzing. And, yeah, we're just trying to finish strong.
Ty, I gotta kind of feel everybody. Me and Ty pretty much talk every day. You know, whether it's a high buy or whether it's a deeper conversation. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for the job you've done this year because it's not an easy job to do at the big league level. Just talk about your mindset a little bit, knowing that it may be a week and a half before you get a chance to start. It may be longer. Just talk about staying ready so you don't have to get ready.
Yeah, man. Schultze does a really good job of communicating, along with the staff, with SO and Barbs and Leap, and just everybody. They do a really good job of communicating, especially earlier in the year when we got Louie and Dono. They kind of just explained me to the role. So then, with that being said, I was able to tailor my routine from playing every day and platooning to, all right, let me figure out how to be game ready every single day, regardless of the amount of time that's gone between starts or at bat. So I credit them, man, and I've like I kind of told you, Tony, I've been doing this for a while now, and I've figured out routines that work for me, and I'm just trying to. The biggest thing I preach, man, is consistency. So if I can go in there and have my routine is harder than the game, and then get out to the game and just try to slow things down, then I just go out there and compete and just trust my work.
Tyler Wade has been really a big plus, I think, in every way for the Padres this year. joining us on our Friar Friday interview from San Francisco. Tyler, I want to go back to this time a year ago. I wasn't with you guys in Oakland, but I imagine, we're going through a little different vibe at the end of last season with the A's. Come to the Padres. I don't want you to trash an organization that you've left behind, but how lucky do you feel to be playing at Petco Park in front of a sellout crowd every night and involved in a pennant race, as opposed to frankly, a lame duck franchise right now that could be going to a minor league ballpark soon?
Yeah, man. I mean, you said it, but I mean, I'm extremely blessed to be here and playing for the Padres and playing. Honestly, like I've been lucky enough to play for some pretty good organizations. You know, spending the majority of my career in New York and playing in front of those fans, and then making the playoffs 5 times, and now coming here, man. It's these fans are special. It's coming out to Petco every single night, and it's sold out crowd, and just the energy from pitch one, man. So it's been a blessing for me, and being able to go to war with these guys every single day. And the best way I can explain it, man, it's just like, it feels like summer ball with the guys, and it's like our 8th year playing with each other, and everyone's just out there playing for one another. And that's something special too, man. So I'm extremely lucky and fortunate, and I'm thankful for AJ and everybody with the Padres that wanted to bring me over here. So it's been great with that. And then, you know, with Oakland last year, man, like I said, I think everything happens for a reason. And, you know, last year it wasn't ideal. Obviously, as a competitor, you wanna put the best product out on the field and try to compete in the big leagues to make the playoffs. But, you know, like I learned from last year, I truly believe me being able just to play a lot last year got me ready for this year, and it's contributed to a lot of my success this year and things I've gone through. And man, I like I said, man, everything's a lesson, and I'm just fortunate to be here now.
Tyler Wade joins us here on this Friar Friday. Many don't know he would have been an Aztec, as if he didn't end up signing to be a pro. Talk a little bit about last year, because you and I have talked about this behind the scenes. You really feel like that experience, despite all of the chaos that kind of surrounded that organization over the past couple years, you feel like, you kind of hit on it, you feel like that kind of helped you get ready. How so, going through last year, did that help you prepare for the roles that you've had to play this year?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, T, but like I just felt like you're kind of naked there, man. Like just don't really have help, so you kind of are just you're forced to do things on your own, right? So like, you know, just me being able to just figure things out, man. Like we talked about it earlier in the year, man. Like I went to a no stride last year, just like pure coincidence of something that I felt, and no one told me to do that. Just something that I felt, man. So you know, it's just, you know, I think God's got his ways to putting you in situations that benefit you, and I just felt like that situation benefited me, and it brought me into this year, and I kind of just been rolling off what I learned last year and built off.
Tyler, how many gloves do you bring to the ballpark with you?
Man, I have like 4, dude. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot. But you know, it's like I said, man. That's also been one of the biggest blessings in my career, is being able to be athletic enough to play all these positions. So yeah, I mean, man, if I need 5, I can care less, man. Whatever helps the team.
Real quick, as a follow-up to that, you're a major league infielder, and you know you play next to this guy. We watch Manny Machado as fans, maybe, you know, media people. Tony watches it from a little different angle because he played in the big leagues. We didn't. But when somebody is that good at what they do, and I'm just talking about his play at third base, I mean, how do you couch it in your own mind? I mean, standing next to this guy, you can't watch him because you've got things to do and bases to cover. But you know, what is the feeling in your mind and everybody's watching Manny do what he does? Because it amazes all of us. I wonder if you guys have a similar feeling.
Yeah, it pisses me off. He makes it look so easy because the game's not that easy. Man. Like that's because dude, I'm telling you, there's plays where you can, if whether I'm on the bench or if I'm at short or second, wherever I'm at. Like there's times where like you're sitting there, you're just watching, you don't have a base to cover or whatever you're doing, and you're like, that ball's down the line or that ball's in the hole, and sure enough, man, he's got it standing up on 2 feet, and he's not even looking, and he just throws it from the ground, and it's hitting Crony or whoever's at first in the chest, man. It's special, dude. It's something that I've seen from the opposing side, and now that I'm on it, and I see it every single day, it's pretty special. And two, man, like I don't think a lot of people see. I mean, Tony, you know, Chris, you know, like he puts in a lot of work, man. That's just not. He's just out there. He's doing his thing, but he's putting in the work too, man. So being able to see that day in and day out, man, it's special.
Tyler Wade joins us here, Friar Friday, and Tyler, we often, those of who've been in this game know about the dog days of August. Just talk about how the mindset changes once the calendar changes to September, especially when your ball club is in the thick of it as the Padres are. I know none of the aches and pains go away, but I would imagine once that calendar turns to September, there's just a different vibe about everything from that standpoint. Clearly this team is in a full sprint mode right now. Talk a little bit about that changeover, like once that calendar changes and the mindset that comes along with it.
Playoff baseball, man, is meaningful baseball. I feel like this is the time now where you get your mind ready for the pennant race, man, and going into the playoffs, man. But like I said, I kind of said this earlier, man. We talked about ourselves and like, hey, like, doesn't matter what month it is, what day it is, what day of the week. It's just let's treat every single day like it's a playoff game, man. And that's something that's not easy to do. And it's a credit to these guys that every single day in and day out we've held each other accountable and have been able to do that, man. And just focusing on each day, like not looking too far ahead and not looking in the past or the future, man. It's just staying present. And I think that's been a big part of our success.
Tyler, last thing, we appreciate the time as always. You talked about the brotherhood. You talked about the way this team gets along and goes to work every day together. When one of your guys, one of the guys you go to work with every day, gets sent to the minor leagues. I mean, Luis Campusano, I'm talking about Waldron happened a month ago.
Yeah.
Where do you go on that? That is a tough one. I'm sure that almost every guy to a man on this team tried to talk to Campusano or has contacted him and, roots for him to, do whatever he's got to do to get back here. But this is part of the business. I'm sure you understand that, but how do you deal with it?
Man, it's tough, right? I mean, he's such a good dude, Waldy and Louis. So, man, it's tough, man. But I think everyone understands it. Like, it's part of the business side of things. Unfortunately, when you have options, it just sucks, regardless of how you're doing. Or, it's just like I've been that guy for so many years. So I feel for him. But, man, they know they're a big part of this, and we need them going forward. So I think both of them are professional enough to, understand, what their role is and do their thing, and they'll be back soon helping us in the playoffs. So I think everyone's kind of talked to them and made them feel at ease with the move. But, man, they're professionals, man. They're great people, and they understand how valuable they are to us.
Well, there's no question Tyler Wade has been valuable to the Padres, and I know he will continue to be moving forward. Tyler, we look forward to the last 15 games and whatever's after that. Thanks for everything you've given this franchise and these fans this year. It's been fun, and we look forward to more good times.
Absolutely. Hopefully there's more coming from it. So thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, good having Tyler Wade. Take one more break. Like I said, a little bonus. Gwynn and Chris, about 15 minutes worth.
Bonus.
In that time, you're going to find out the quarterback's name who actually has me excited as a potential replacement, or so they're saying, for the concussed Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. No way that's going to happen. Is it, Scrape?
I don't know.
I don't know, Jim.
I don't know, Jim.
Coming back in a minute. Chris Ello here from ahead of ourselves, but it is something people out there are discussing. Nothing's been said by Tua. So if you're just tuning in, that's the story. But is it possible that his concussion could be the thing that sends the Miami Dolphins on to that long-awaited Super Bowl championship I've been waiting for, Scrabe?
What?
Well, if there's any truth to some of the rumors that are out there right now, I can't imagine they're all that credible, but there are some people reporting and saying that the Dolphins are looking into none other than, why don't you say it?
I saw a picture of him in this jersey earlier. Mr. Tom Brady.
Yes!
That would be perfect for you guys. If they're like, and now, the starting quarterback of your Miami Dolphins, and they don't say Skylar Tom Brady, and he walks out to the Rocks music, that would be amazing.
Tom Brady was rumored to be chased after by Miami a couple of years ago. In fact, it cost them a draft choice.
They got in trouble for it.
They got in trouble for it.
There's a communication channel there.
There's a connection there somehow. Brady, for his part, has said he's probably still better than 75% of the quarterbacks in the league,
I don't know,
even at his age now.
He's like 70 years old, Chris.
The other thing that would be good, it would get him off the television where he's not very good
He's
yet.
had one game.
Throw him away. I've had enough of him.
Throw him away and lock up the key?
Can you imagine if Brady were to suit up and go into action back in this year with the Dolphins? My goodness.
You know what it would look like?
Would that be crazy?
Have you seen that commercial? Yes, you have. With Dan Marino and Randy Moss and Emmitt Smith.
Funny.
And when they're like, we should go back, and Dan Marino has to put on the reading glasses to read
look
the play
at his
sheet.
armband, or his arm wristband.
That would be Tom Brady on the field.
I'm not so sure it would, Scrabe. I don't know how good or bad he'd be, but that is probably the least credible rumor out there.
I have some more if you want them.
But you have some other names that could potentially actually happen. Right now, the Dolphins have Skylar Thompson and Pray for Rain. So I think one name's pretty interesting. It would at least make me feel good about my jersey collection because I could get a Ryan Tannehill back and I could start wearing that uni again from about 7 years ago.
Yep, he's on the list. Here's another one. Trey Lance is on the list.
Oh, boy.
Jimmy Garoppolo is on the list.
God, I've made more fun of that guy than any quarterback in history.
CJ Beathard is on the list.
Yeah, that's not.
Is this just a list of 49er quarterbacks?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Skylar Thompson's better than CJ Beathard.
What about Josh Dobbs?
He had a moment last year, but I think I'd go with Scott. Garoppolo.
You don't want a little Jimmy G?
Makes a little. I said it makes a little sense. No, that makes sense. Trey Lance doesn't make much sense because he really can't really play.
I mean, he can't even get a spot with the Cowboys.
Jimmy G makes sense. Tannehill makes a little sense. He was playing last year for the Titans midseason. He's awful, but he was never that great to begin with. Tannehill.
Can I tell you something I just read that's going to make you feel bad?
Feel bad?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is from the article. With Tagovailoa, Sportsline had the Dolphins projected to hit 9 wins in 2024 with a 50.3% chance of making the playoffs.
Right.
If he's out for, say, 10 weeks, that projected win total drops to 6.4.
Oh, yeah.
Playoff chances plummet to 8.7.
Which is exactly why we're talking about what we're talking about. The Dolphins know that.
They do.
So if they want to have any chance this season, they're going to have to find a quarterback. And that maybe... If it was Tom Brady, do you understand the irony here, Scraby?
I do.
The man tortured me personally for 20 straight seasons.
Greg Camarillo, friend of the show.
Beating the Dolphins every year, every game.
Played for like 6 seasons in Miami while Tom Brady was at his height. That might make Greg Camarillo a little confused because Greg Camarillo hates Tom Brady on the field. Because he crushed them every time they played.
Yeah, that would be really weird. Really weird.
Really weird indeed.
I don't know. If it happens, you heard it here first.
You did hear it here first.
All right, you got a couple minutes left for some crazy other stuff. What do you
Yes, I want to share this because someone I know sent me this article about her son. And I shared it with Chris earlier, and it's kind of crazy. But this happened in Missouri, and there's a guy named Regis Dorsey. Chris, here's his picture. He looks like a nice gentleman, doesn't he?
Maybe nice, but I don't know.
He does not look nice. He looks like he sounds.
Does he look like his name is Rocco?
This is Rocco's cousin who went down a
This is
more
Rocco's
difficult
cousin.
path.
This is Rocco's cousin Vinny.
Cousin Vinny, yes.
Okay.
And so he, what is happening? All of a sudden, like a virus scan has started on the computer.
Uh-oh.
I can't stop it.
I hope you have the story memorized.
Well, I kind of do. Anyway, so this story. Okay, so they're going to. My friend's son works in a fast food restaurant in Missouri.
Your friend's son.
Yes.
All right, works fast food restaurant. Can we name the restaurant?
I don't even know.
Oh,
the
you don't
restaurant.
know. It's just a fast food. Okay.
Yes, but okay. So the suspect
It's in
came
Missouri.
in. Rocco's cousin came in.
Vinny,
and the suspect said this is a robbery.
Oh.
And then he took my
Your friend's son is working there.
Yes. My friend's son was locked in a walk-in freezer as he was robbing, and the other one was forced to hand over about $2,300 in cash.
Hang on a second.
Yes.
Your friend's son, during a robbery, is placed in the walk-in freezer
and locked in so that they can't do anything. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty. Yeah.
And that's dangerous too, because you could freeze to death.
You told me that this was a fun story. I'm not finding
here's
the fun in it
story.
yet.
The employee, my friend's son, who was locked in the walk-in, still had his drive-thru headset on and alerted a drive-thru customer to call 911. Surveillance video from outside the restaurant showed the suspect changing clothes and throwing the outfit he wore into a dumpster. Police came. Police caught him. And it's all because of my friend's son.
So your friend's son saved the day
from the freezer,
from inside the locked freezer.
Good
job.
If
all
I'm
right.
Rocco's cousin Vinny, I gotta tell him to remove the headset before you get in the freezer.
Here's what I was told many years ago by a couple of friends who were police officers. It's a good thing most criminals are stupid because we wouldn't catch as many as we do.
That's true.
Honestly, the criminals are not necessarily known for their brilliance.
No, they aren't. And the guy was changing his clothes on camera outside, so it's not like they knew where. But my friend's son came through, called the police. Police got him. Everything was good. My friend's son is good, feeling good about himself.
Good.
So I think that's a pretty crazy, fun story.
That is a good one. That turned out okay. That turned out as a happy story.
It did. Now, Bronny James, he just had these stories always drive me insane. Bronny James, his summer league game debut jersey, where he wore it in his debut.
Oh boy!
Sold for $38,400 in an auction. It was expected to go for $6,000 to $10,000, but someone shelled out $38,000 for this, Chris.
Yeah.
And I have to think this person is just using this as a lottery ticket, hoping that Bronny James is like his dad and is one of the best players of all time. Because this is crazy.
You and I both don't get the world of memorabilia,
and
we don't really get
memorabilia.
We don't get the world of autographs. Even I don't get the world of paying, I don't know, $5,000 to sit in the bleachers at an upcoming Dodger game in hopes that I'll catch Ohtani's 50th home run.
Yeah, and then get punched in the face trying to
get it out of the ballpark and trying to get it authenticated. I don't get all that, but there is a whole world of that out there.
There is.
And we just have to, that's part of it.
It is part of it.
Well, there's a happy tune.
Yeah.
Long last, this show's over.
Are you tired, Chris?
Yeah, not really. I'm good. I could go another hour. I told Sammy just stay out there. You and I will do the pregame show today.
Well, Sam was very upset.
We've already taken half of his show and the information anyway. So.
He was very upset that we.
That's right.
Let everybody
Luis
know.
Arise 10-game hit streak. Jackson Merrill 1 for 18 coming into the game tonight.
Don't take all of his stats.
I'm giving all of Sammy's stats away.
Oh, he's furious outside. So
he
mad.
He wants to hurt somebody
he's
right
so
now.
So mad.
Get in here, Sammy. Time to get people ready for this big Padre game. Scraby, have a good weekend.
You too.
Tony, have a good weekend. We're back on Monday to wrap it all up. 97.3 The Fan.